contribute in the development of the cooperative sector in India. The ICMAI being a trusted value partner of the Government of India and statutory body constituted in the year 1959. As an autonomous body under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, has always been a the cooperative sector in India. The ICMAI being a trusted value has always been a proactive custodian of best practices in the field of cost and management, finance, audit, taxation, and accountancy in the country. So the CD board has entered into an MOU with the National Council for Cooperative Training (NCCT) to undertake research and training in the field of cooperatives in the country. As a part of this MOU, we are on a spree of organizing various programs, seminars, webinars, and state-level conclaves aimed at sensitizing and creating awareness about the role and efficient work models for the functioning of cooperatives. We are targeted to deliver various hand-holding programs for the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cooperatives for their optimal functioning. We have also connected a web of linkages with other bodies of repute and that are functioning at the forefront in the field of cooperatives at the national and international levels. These include the Task Force on Cooperatives of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, National Cooperative Development Corporation, NCDC, International Labour Organization, ILO, International Cooperative Alliance, ICA, etc. Let's take a moment to appreciate how cooperatives are shaping a better future for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to light up the lamp. As we light this lamp, may it illuminate our paths with wisdom and clarity. We kindly invite all our council members and dignitaries to join us and do the honors.
इसको बंद करो सर अभिजीत का गुड मॉर्निंग वेट फॉर अ मोमेंट मैम Anand sir, please. सर इकट्ठे कर लीजिए अभिजीता सरदार जी मैम प्लीज सुधीर जी गुप्ता सर जी सर हम लोगों को चलिए
all south
चेयरमैन सर प्लीज चेयरमैन सर मनीष जीवन हाँ सर प्लीज एक फोटो सारे हाँ सर प्लीज अरे आ जाओ अरे कोई एक मिनट भाटी जी कम अजय एक सेकंड फिर बाद में सारे इकट्ठे नहीं होंगे ना खींच ले हाँ खींच ले यार एक बार खींच ले कोई बात नहीं अभिजीत दा आइए सर।
हम लोग आ जाएंगे कल आधा आधा होने से पूरा करके होगा भी लगता है विजिट में। नो आई डू नॉट वांट टू वेरी बट ही इज अ वेरी गुड पॉइंट ही दैट आर ना
हमारे चेयरमैन थैंक यू।
इसमें जाता होता तो लेकर जाएगा।
अब बाद में क्योंकि किसी शीशे में रुकना नहीं है, बाद में ये फोटो नहीं होगी।
करेक्ट करेक्ट
सभी सारे शीशे थोड़ी देर में निकल जाएंगे।
इसलिए
Now, to honor our country and tradition, we kindly request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा नाविनो गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे सब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की
जय।
Thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to invite our Honorable President CMA Ashwinji Dalwadi sir, Vice President CMA BB Nayak sir, Chairman of CDB CMA Navneet Kumar Jain sir, Secretary of NCCT Shri Mohan Kumar Mishra sir, and the first ever founder chairman of Cooperative Development Board, CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay sir, to come up on the stage and join us. Now, I respectfully request Navneet sir and Chittaranjan sir to honor the president of our institute, CMA Ashwinji Dalwadi sir.
नहीं सकते सर। दे दियो ये सर के ऊपर। ठीक है चलिए सर प्लीज। हाँ बढ़ेगा नहीं यार। हाँ अभी किसको?
Now, I respectfully request Navneet sir and Chittaranjan sir to honor the Vice President of our institute, CMA DB Nayak sir.
Now I respectfully request CMA Navneet sir and CMA Chittaranjan sir to honor the Secretary of National Council for Co-operative, Shri Mohan Kumar Mishra sir.
सर
Now I respectfully request CMA Jeevan Chandra sir and CMA Manish Kanpal sir to honor first and ever founder chairman of Cooperative Development Board, Chittaranjan sir.
Now, I respectfully request Navneet sir and Chittaranjan sir to honor the Managing Director of National Labour Cooperatives Federation of India Limited, NCCT,
नहीं है,
Mr.
नहीं है, he hasn't come, he hasn't. गाड़ी सर.
Okay.
चलो बात में करते हैं इसमें.
फिर से चल बाद में.
हम बात काउंसिल मेंबर्स के साथ.
ठीक है.
Okay. We can start.
हम स्पीकर्स को ना, आप स्पीकर पे स्टार्ट ना. नहीं स्पीकर्स पे पहले से स्टार्ट. Okay. I respectfully request CMA Navneet sir and Jeevan Chandra sir to honor all our 4 speakers of the event.
Request.
Now I would request CMA Sudhir Kumar Sharma sir to come up on the stage. Booking
So that we can speak with people.
Now I would request Ms. Bharati Birla ma'am to come up on the stage. Now I would request Mr. Ganesh Gopal sir to come up on the stage. Okay, he'll be joining us sometime. I would request CMA Dr. S.K. Gupta sir to come up on the stage.
He is downstairs.
He is downstairs. Okay. Now respectfully request CMA Navneet sir to honor our NIRC chairman CMA S.N. Mittal sir. Now I request Navneet sir to honor all our central council members.
Sir,
Hanji. Okay, so
sir, we will because we will finish it up right now so that we can at one go we can continue with the program. We will not call him back in there, na? Hello sir, 1 minute.
Okay.
1 minute लगेगा. It will take hardly 5 minutes.
I would request. Okay. I would request popularly known as CMA A to Z Murthy sir to come up on the stage. Now I would request CMA Harshad Deshpande sir to come up on the stage. Okay, he's not there. I would request CMA Vinay Ranjan sir.
Jyoti Gadia sir. Jyoti Gadia.
Ah,
Jyoti Gadia.
okay. I would request Jyoti Gadia sir.
Sir, please.
Okay. Take care.
Gadia sir. Our center. Sir, he is our command nominee. Gadia.
So now you can come up on the stage. Yes.
I can start. So good morning to everybody. So thoda जोर से good morning to everybody. Yes sir. Because it should be in a cooperative bias practically. All should be joining together to have this type of bias. So first of all, I would like to welcome all of you on this very particular day and very important day, International Day of Cooperation. I'm very lucky that today most of the council members are already here right now representing whole of the India. We have members from West, North, East and South. All council members are here and I'm really happy to know that our ICMs, Institute of Cooperative Management and our many chapters have joined online and having a look at the program, whatever we will be doing. So practically I'm really thankful to our NCCT Secretary Mohanji who has done a wonderful work with regard to our maintaining our licensing with the ministry. Let me tell you for all the members that recently we had various meetings at the ministry level with the secretary, additional secretary and another CRCS also. A few days back, we went to meet CRCS, Central Register of Cooperative Society, with regard to some, you can say, inviting over here. And Kimi ji was with me, and I was really surprised to see that when we entered his room, he started with our representation with the Ministry of Cooperation. That was the main thing. I was really happy to know that they were considering our representation. They will be examining, that is a separate issue, but yes, the ministry is considering that, and for that we should be thankful to our NCCT Secretary Mohanji who had taken the pains and guided us throughout that how we should go in for having you can say making the representation to the ministry. Before I proceed further, I would like to display the video message of our Secretary Cooperation with whom we met and we had requested to just come over here, but somehow he couldn't come. We initially tried to have ministers and secretary all over here, but ministry has come up with its own celebrations. They are celebrating this day at the Gandhinagar. So somehow we had this place. So here we had the message. Let us see what our Bhutani ji has said about this program. Please, can you display? Not, it is purely video. Video, आवाज. Where we had seen that. So we'll display it a bit later. In the meanwhile, we just see to it. In the meanwhile, we can go ahead with we had contacted our Minister of State for Cooperation. Let me tell you what is happening around the cooperative sector. with regard to the impulse being given by the government, central government. In 2021, Ministry of Cooperation was brought into being, and in 2022, Cooperative Development Board was constituted. Thanks to our founder chairman Chitranjan sir, who had the vision that let us go ahead with this thing. So practically, when we see that in 4th, after June 4th, the new government came up. Its first minister was Union Minister was Amit Shah ji. We can see the importance was attached to this ministry. We created Ministry of Operation. Now, after I was really surprised to see this June that not only Amit Shah ji is a Union Minister over here, 2 Minister of State, 2 additional were given for this particular cooperation. We can see the importance the government is attaching to this particular sector, and I'll request all my members specifically to look into this area and let us try to help the cooperatives across the India. We are having pan-India presence, and we must try to get in touch with the cooperatives across India. And I'm thankful to Secretary NCCT. We are having Institute of Cooperative Management across India. They are helping us. They are acting as a bridge between us and the cooperative societies, so that we can get in touch with them, and whatever we can offer to them, however, whatever the way we can guide them practically. So I think we can display. Can we display the message? I'm thankful to Varunji. Varunji is here. We were trying to get in touch with Minister of State for Cooperation. Have to go to Gandhinagar today.
I'm looking forward to actually participate. So if you're doing the celebration, I'm glad to know that you're doing the celebration also. I'm looking forward to participating and being a part of the entire initiative. I'm hopeful that the initiative which will take place will help us in broadening the base of popular understanding and addressing the issues the cooperatives face in proper implementation of any scheme which government has taken, as well as also I would say addressing the gaps which can be filled through proper, I would say, discussion and as well as association between the organization and the. I look forward to in-depth engagement and as well as fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. So I was conveying about how the Varunji helped us, because our Minister of State for Cooperation basically belonged to Faridabad. So he being a chairman of the Faridabad chapter, I requested him, please try to arrange one meeting with him. Somehow we couldn't get the meeting, but he managed to get the, you can say, message for our cooperative day, our celebrations. Can we display the message? Thanks to Varunji, we should, because single-handedly he did all the things. So it was a mess. Practically, they want us to do more and more work in the cooperative sector. One thing is there, if we go through the video message, one thing is there, they want that whatever combination of NCCT and Cost and Management accountants is there, we should try to help in broadening the base of the cooperative societies. Already the government is targeting from 8 lakh to 10 lakh, and we at institute level try to have more and more interactions with the various cooperative societies, various stakeholders, so we can increase the you can say base of the cooperative societies. I will not take more time. I think I have already stated so many things. Our another speakers will be there, other distinguished guests are there who will be talking a little bit more about this thing. Over to you, Conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Navneet sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us today.
Now, please join me in welcoming the Secretary of NCCT, Shri Mohan Kumar Mishra sir, who will provide us with a brief introduction on today's theme. Let's give a warm round of applause to Mohan Mishra sir.
Well, I think this is the time of celebration, as rightly said by my fellow speaker Navneet ji, that it should have some halla gulla, it should have some festivity. Then only we feel that yes, we are not talking about the raw affair, but we are very serious about action and outcome. So thank you for giving me the opportunity, Navneet ji, and I'll start with CMA Ashwin ji Dalwadi ji, President ICMAI, and Vice President ICMAI Vibhuti Bhushan ji. We have with us also the very, the person who has the wisdom of cooperative in the esteemed group is CMA Chatranjan Chattopadhyay ji. And then also we have the person behind success of cooperative in ICMAI fraternity is the board, the cooperative board, development board, president, chairman, CMA Navneet Kumar Jain ji and his team. This is an opportunity. I have been shared that the esteemed council member, government representative, and also we have online participation of all the chapters, regional offices, the members, esteemed members of ICMAI, students, and also our Institute of Cooperative Management, Regional Institute of Cooperative Management, located in 20 places, on pan-India basis in 20 places. They are also hooked to this online witnessing of celebration of International Cooperative Day. My first part would be what we have done, NCCT and ICMAI, and what is our vision for that. The second part would be, as rightly said, that the overview of cooperative, what potential cooperative has, and when our cost accountant as a professional want to look at cooperative domain seriously, what is there for them? Kya dhanda hai? Because ultimately that turns out. So this will be the two small component I would like to share with you. Well, we have gathered today to celebrate International Cooperative Day under the inspiring theme, empowering communities through cooperatives. The theme holds particularly significance as ICMAI along with NCCT are together determined to empower cooperative members, cooperative movement, cooperative community at large. When we talk about the collaboration and synergy of these two prime institutions, I would like to share that there are success stories which has already taken the shape. And these success story started from a vision of ICMAI Cooperative Development Board of it has gone very fast if you look at, and it was just a couple of months, I could say 3 months back. Am I right? 3 months हुआ होगा. And in these 3 months, there is a good, as I said, that good number of activities of collaboration and synergy has been taken up. The first one we envisioned that before we take up the activity seriously for both the professional institution, let's have the MOU. So in Bangalore, in the presence of Secretary for Cooperation and Additional Chief Secretary of Cooperation Karnataka and Additional Chief Secretary of Cooperation, in the presence of them, the President ICMAI and the NCCT signed the MOU. It was sometime in the month of April. So the journey started from the April. So after signing the MOU, many groundwork and impactful initiatives started taking the shape. So one was we felt that let us sensitize the member about the cooperative sector, about the cooperative movement, about how they can mingle up with the cooperative. So we took the initiative. We started doing the conclaves, state-wise conclave. So the first conclave which was done together was in Dehradun, in the presence of the cooperative officials and the cooperative members and the esteemed members of ICMAI from Uttarakhand. And this took place in the presence of the Cooperative Minister of Uttarakhand and the Registrar Cooperative Society. That was the very first impactful initiative where the ICMAI could say that we are here to help cooperative, to empower cooperative by just getting into as a accountant for their statutory auditor for their cooperative sector. So the journey started. The state government took initiative, and now almost it is going to end to a positive side of working openings for the cost accountants by amending their rule. So this would be one area which was very impactful. So I thought, let me share with you. The second part was, similarly, we have also been working with other states and in the same manner. And this conclave plus individual effort of NCCT and the ICMAI put together is working on those states where the Cooperative Act or the rule needs to be amended in favor of ICMAI members, so that the opportunity for getting into as a statutory audit for all the cooperative institution as an opportunity, as an opening comes up. So I'm sure this started from the April, and giving the time, all the 28 states and remaining 8 union territory where we'll find our presence in the amendment in the rule and act most particular rule, cooperative state rule, where this will be amended. But it requires a consistent effort, tremendous effort of follow-up and meetings by the regional members, and our presence wherever they are with the states, and that will take us to a positive logical conclusion. The second was now we are in the process of organizing Jaipur and Lucknow state conclave, which is in the process. So because of some mega event of ICMAI, we have put it in a slow motion. Otherwise, by this time, it would have been done, because all the preparatory work is being taken up. So, so this was a kind of an effort of sharing knowledge, exchange of information about the cooperative, about the cost accountancy, fostering our what we call the best practices in these platforms. This was one area which has taken up in a shape, and I'm very sure this will emerge as one of the very strongest link of understanding of ICMAI about the cooperative, and the cooperative members, cooperative board of directors, cooperative officials understanding the significance of profession, cost accountancy profession, and accordingly this will lead to a kind of cost accountancy movement in the cooperative sector. This is how I understand. Then comes to research and publication. I would like to share the message which was given by our esteemed Secretary Corporation. Was an occasion where Cooperative Digest as a publication, quarterly publication, which was brought out, the first publication which was released by the Secretary Corporation, and now this will be a regular phenomena where all the policymaker will write thought-provoking articles and success stories in this publication. So this will be giving an opportunity for the cooperative and as well as the accountancy profession to get involved and foster the relationship and understand and disseminate information and spread the presence at the depth and width of cooperative sector. So I'm very sure this will also be a strong milestone for the days to come, as a authoritative documentation will be created. So this was another effort of the collaboration, which I thought it is to be shared आप लोगों से बताना ताकि आपको पता रहे कि क्या क्या कार्य हो चुका है. इसके अलावा we also working on a training module. What has happened, we have got audit in the cooperative department. There is an audit section, or there are audit directors who take up the state level audit work. So now whatever way they are doing it, we thought in consultation with the cooperative development board that let us upgrade, update and bring out a very topic, module on training on cooperative audit. So that in collaboration with, so that the people at the state level, those audit professionals at the state level, they are also getting the space when the audit is going on in a part of the group. So for the cooperative audit work. So this is which we are working. Still, it is in a shape of under process. So, but work is going on, and similarly, NCCT is working will come out with a small module on sensitizing about the cooperative sector and creating a small best understanding about the cooperative working for the cost accountants in the country. So that before you take up the assignment of professional assignment, you are well aware of the landscape of cooperative, how it works, how it functions, what is the structure, what is the strength, what is the threat, and how cooperative is different from other corporate enterprises, how cooperatives are created as a shareholder not having or has equal rights despite having a number of shares. So these are the fundamentals of cooperative which the cost accountant has to understand before taking up the serious work of cooperative. So we will bring out this as a online or 3 days, 2 days online kind of a module, which will in collaboration with Cooperative Development Board and NCCT will be another milestone for the time to come, where cooperative will emerge as a business model to look at seriously by the cost accountants of the country. Then we had also gone ahead and we created some more leverages where I would like to share. That is also a very important part. NCCT has 20 training institutions: Institute of Cooperative Management, Regional Institute of Cooperative Management, and national level institute like Vaikuntha Mehta National Institute of Cooperative Management, Pune. So these 20 institutions have the management committee. These are the management committee, which is the apex policy making body. So what we as a we thought that under the category of, there is a category of members in that. So under the category of members called experts, there is one category called expert, where we have recommended and will be further also recommending to the ministry that one member from ICMAI will be there as expert on when the management committee of NCCT, the training unit of NCCT, which takes place under the leadership of the leading cooperative of the state. So, this committee will have all high officials and the leading cooperators of the country. So, you'll have also an opportunity to showcase the significance of cost accountancy in the cooperative sector, because this body will be making and shaping the cooperative professionalization of the cooperative sector in the country. So it's a very, very significant body. It is being appointed by the Honorable Cooperative Minister. So this will be a very prestigious position. We are trying to work it out for the Institute of Cost Accountant. So then also my humble submission was just creating the, we have to work like a mover and shaker. It's not we just write and sit. It requires a lot of involvement, I understand, in the result to see, outcome to appear. So what I personally feel that all the regulatories of cooperative sector, though like regulatories like RBI, regulatories like NABARD, and also the cooperative institutions like state cooperative bank, district level. There are 338 district cooperative banks which are linked with all more than 1 lakh cooperative society, PAX level, primary agriculture cooperative society. So they all have kind of an balance sheet. They all have the kind of opportunity where GST is being appearing, the income tax issues are being confronted, the balance sheet needs to be audited, the employees and the managers, the middle level officers need to be equipped according to the time on the subject matter. So there is ample opportunity available where we need to sensitize at those level that look, the institution which is very seriously in this, and they are to be involved not only in terms of designing and developing the minds of the employees or the officer, but also opportunity must be given, because some of the banks and directly give the audit work to the cooperative, audit work to the professional firms. So so these are the places where we at the regional level, with your regional level, will interact with the state cooperative banks, interact with the district cooperative banks, interact with the non-credit cooperative like dairy is another fantastic movement, very strong movement, right from NDDB, NCDFI, and the state level dairy federation. So they are all strong linkages where you all need to get into and create a kind of environment where your involvement is being mandatory. So these are the few thought process I thought, and the regulatory is where let's say NABARD needs to be brought into that. The cost accountancy profession is to be given level playing field, I can say, and so that it should come out with the activity of statutory audit and concurrent audit work. So in the same line, the urban cooperative banks, for this primary urban cooperative bank, and the scheduled urban cooperative bank, where some of the professional cost accountants are already working, some database has appeared, but not uniformly in all. So that sector also requires, for which RBI cooperative department is there, where there is a CGM which looks after the RBI urban bank policy matters. So if we can go planned away in a structure format in the blueprint, I'm very sure in a year's time we'll have ample opportunity which we foresee as a roadblock now. So we will overcome that. So then coming to some of the other areas where we feel that this opportunity of GST, because GST service is mandatory for every business enterprise, and cooperative are the business enterprise. They are not social agencies for social work. So looking at that also, मुझे ये लगता है कि we have, if you look at that, 63,000 functional cooperatives are there. The bank deposit in rural cooperative banks are 5 lakh crore. Urban bank, you add another 5 lakh crore. 10 lakh crore deposits are there. The banking sector includes rural and urban bank. Mind you, it is very serious business, and people don't realize that. Looking at that, if you see the kind of opportunity which is available for as a consultant, as a concurrent auditor, as a statutory auditor, as an internal auditor, as a professional giving the training on these areas or emerging areas, would be a gigantic task, and would your members can aptly fill in this gap or bridge this gap. So I feel these are the some has to be looked at by the cooperative development board, and also I have shared that if possible, and the cooperative development board would like to have experiences of sharing experiences, field visit to the cooperative sector. The NCCT has that, and some of the leading best practices of cooperative, which we can arrange, we can organize, because जो दिखता है वही बिकता है. देखने पे ही पता चलता है कि धंधा कैसे होता है. These are, I personally feel, I had experienced that we talk words, but action and outcome comes only when we get into, and may not be in the initial phase we cannot perform or we cannot come up to the, but first and foremost is get into. So I'm sure we all will get into this areas, and then take the previous how to sustain, how to continue seemingly, or etc. etc. So this is one, and my humble request to the professionals of accountancy that so that please visit Cooperative, just one rural cooperative, at least one non-credit cooperative, handloom, agri-processing unit, sugar cooperatives, or dairy for fishery cooperative, or it could be urban cooperative bank of your area. Take a time. If you're getting opportunity, let us know. Our regional institute can arrange it for you. But please visit, talk to their managing director, appear as a nominee in their board of director meeting, or in their witness their AGM. So you'll have the aura, understand what exactly this ball game is, and what is the expectation of the member. But mind you, 30 crore members, bigger than many countries of the world. This is the size. 8 lakh cooperative societies. So in terms of the statistics, this is how it is working. The last list, they are driving for sustainable growth. They are driving for the sustainable growth. We have aligned this force. This profession should align with this cooperative movement. This is the need of the hour. Rest will come up. You have the expertise. You have, you're responsible for resource management, and the socio-economic impact. But this has to reach to the benefit of communities, to the cooperatives. And last but not least, Cooperative is there as a business model, which I will always say that innovation is there, entrepreneurship is there. We can create a foundation for long-term stability for the cooperative sector altogether. So friends, this is the time. Let's celebrate International Cooperative Day, not just with words, but with action, with outcome, with result. Let us continue to bridge the gap, share the knowledge, expertise, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for delivering my speech. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce someone who is the first ever founder chairman of Cooperative Development Board. Please welcome on stage CMA Chitranjan Chattopadhyay, sir.
Namaskar, my respected President Balwadi, ICMAI, chairman of this Co-operative board at present, who is really doing some exemplary works from the council, CMA Navneet Jain, and of course our mentor guide in the Cooperative Development Board, CMA Monkon Mishra, who is here, the Secretary of NCCT, and of course the most brilliant and most always giving inspiration to works, CMA Kanan from here, and all my council colleagues are here. Especially I should like to thank CMA Ashish Thate, who actually helped me and told me that under the able guidance of our President, I've been nominated in the NPO and Cooperative Committee of the SAFA. So naturally, I have got my exposure also in the South Asian countries, what is happening. And today, this International Cooperative Day, I think is a great moment for us. At the first step of doing it. Friends, I will not take much of time because time is not there. My chairman of this council, regional council, all my members and esteemed members of this profession, they're all here. I just want to mention 3 points after listening from our Mr. Mishra, because I had a long 1.5 hours with him. Personally, I spoke to him on many facets of the profession. Sir, let me tell you one thing, sir. Being a banker, dealing with many cooperative societies and cooperative societies, non-credit societies, I think that one issue is there, and that's not perhaps it's not there in history. Then which we are, and he has mentioned that bankers are continually pouring funds to the cooperatives, and the private sector lending is being considered whenever you are dealing in societies like tax, slams, and etc. We have found that the performance audit and performance management is one of the banks, how the societies are performing, and here it goes beyond the numbers. Here it goes that the CMAs, the cost and management accountants, they have got the analytical capability, how the performance is being done. So I request you also to please add in your petition document that will be only perhaps because SEBI has also only they have also taken us confidence, key performance index. So naturally the CMAs are being mandated for certification of KPIs. Here, I think some small sort of performance appraisal should be done, and which can be only done by the cost accountants, management accountants, because this is the 90 years history of country of the media profession that started. But I can think the whatever non-paid cooperative societies, these are the fulcrum of the whole business, and especially our presence. And here I just want to mention also, and all my consultants under the able leadership of my president and vice president, there are two issues will be coming in future on strengthening credit structure and financing, where cost accountants have a role to play, and is promoting high qualification stream, building research and extension services. I think our profession already has entered more with our ICT, and here we have to have a great role. We have to reach and reach, and in post I have worked in a place level event. I have seen that they require our presence, because they are not being ably guided. And since he has rightly categorically told us that we have to be in the cooperative society's board. When research is there, we can definitely leverage here. Because our own society high, of this cooperative society. So with this, I think ultimately in future, today's this day, we shall be definitely taking how we can take some resolutions. That is, in every centers, every chapters, we shall be doing it. And I'm sure if we can reach in this way, definitely days are not far off when we will be included in the all aspects of the societies, as that was not being done. I get to give him here, and that definitely will be in the dragon for the president and our own second chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts. Now, please join me in giving a warm applause to the being of Modern Women, Mr. Rajendra Sethi, sir, as he comes up on the stage to share insights. It's an honor and a privilege.
Thank you for a very auspicious occasion, International Day of the Cooperatives. I think I and most of the people we come to know about this today only. As sir mentioned that we become a pioneer to celebrate this day. So welcome and partnering with us. I've seen most of the people are always with us. Just thanks to Aswinji, Dilwadi who traveled from the Ahmedabad, and even Babu Council and Gadia ji government, so who came and auspicious program. We were discussing that we are using back then we making the people most of the people are making a question to buy some goods on subsidized rate from the ministry and all. So from our institute, we'll have these sort of thought, and we'll go to the manufacturing industries where they have a price cost. Sometimes they are being affected by the price cartel. Like recently, we have seen the European nation where one of the idea we came to some cartel in the international market was in the logistic area, where one of the ship got in some sort. So then we came to know how the international market can get affected by this logistic. So I noticed in the last 2 years, the prices of the price won't be like anything, because the people came the cartel, some cooperation, and that we will not give this price. So cooperating, because we have made the most of the cooperation like this. So both this how to go for the big point. And this cooperative society, and first the voting of this idea. So all question to contribute to this banking. So how the banking can the cooperatives so very with the shell in the market. So this I consider taking for we can get something
Thanks for the nice contribution.
Is one of that inspired from the young doctors have been so this is not my speech, but I just want to say he's one of the 109% available. Yeah. Whenever you talk with him, he always comes
words. President of the body, sir, Vice President, my colleague, senior colleague, my very friend, our honorable peaks of council, ladies and gentlemen, our chairman, Mithal. It's a very it is first that we celebrating a special thanks goes to Meet for the initiative he has done. And I'm also very thankful to Mishali for taking out this team on but he's always working with and after giving all I really thank our council for giving support in this endeavor. I can assure you that all the members are really geared to work with the sector in all the areas wherever they're practicing. They are really studying hard and they are really 24/7. My thanks goes to our president and his able leadership. The recommendation in this sector has also been accepted in the January it was given by has been given today by the Ministry of Audit Affairs, and the maintenance of cost audit records is supposed to be extended to cooperative also. So those are still recommendations. So I will request all my to read only concession at MCA and together. So we're really looking for under the guidance of Mishali and all his department that a good role, rather the big role provided to our practitioners over here. Once again, I thank you and your team, and especially Amit for his undertaking of this program. A real success. Thank you very much.
Thanks all for enriching us with your topics today. Now I would request to come on stage Jyoti Prakash Gadia sir to share insights.
Sir, 2 minutes, sir, 2 minutes. Take 2 minutes.
Thank
Institute for giving me this opportunity. I think so as a cooperative sector, there is a lot of promise for individual of the field, which is an area in terms of, I can say from my banking experience, that in terms of the technology, wherever, in terms of the cooperative bank and wherever the technology advancement that has become, I think so we as a cost accountant, we have a definitely role to play in terms of deciding that how we can make all cooperatives, whether any institute, whether they can be in any area. We can just pick and choose that in area of the cooperative that we want to focus on. It has been rightly pointed out, there are approximately around 66,000 cooperative companies or the institutions which are here. Can I ask the president of the institute, इस हर cooperative को एक cost accountant assign कर दीजिए और उसके नाम लिख दीजिए और उसको बोलिए कि एक साल अंदर उसी cooperative मेहनत करे वो और मेहनत करे और उसे अपने को यदि 20 लाख रुपए का रेवेन्यू हर कोऑपरेटिव एक प्रोफेशनल को दे सकते। अभी हम वर्किंग प्रोफेशनल को देखते हैं कितने ऑप्शन होंगे सर, 60 इसके पास सीओपी होगी सर और 3000 लोग सीओपी है और कितने हमारे पास में कोऑपरेटिव है सर 66। तो सर फिर तो आप समझ सकते हैं आपके पास में कितने कोऑपरेटिव इसमें आते हैं। At this point of time, तो सर हमें बोलना है कि सर वी आर एब्सोल्युटली इनटू द राइट एरिया ऑफ दिस कि आज हमारे पास में कंपटीशन बहुत कम है, हमारे लिए अपकमिंग एरिया है और हमको लगता है कि वी कैन टारगेट दिस अपकमिंग एरिया इनटू बी कर। थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Now, please give a warm welcome to the Vice President of our institute, whose unique perspective on the event will challenge our thinking and broaden our horizons.
Thank you very much. Honorable President Dalwariji, Mohanji, Secretary, NCCT, Namlitji, Chairman of Cooperative Development Board, Chitada, the founder chairman or founder member, and Sudhir Sharma ji is sitting here, the key person, financial advisor of NCDC. Today we are having two key persons, NCCT Secretary and NCDC Financial Advisor, and Madam Bharti Madam is there, our resource person, and Ganesh ji also. My respected all council members and NIRC council member Mittal ji and chairman and other council member, all dignitaries and my members, senior members. I will not forget to give my attribute to father of cooperative movement in India, Sir Frederick Nicholson, which is the key person started cooperative movement in India. That's why I am recalling. The today topic is very need of the hour, empowering communities through cooperation. But this year, United Nations having the slogan cooperative, build a better future for all. What our Gadiaji already expressed, that great opportunities there. I am very specific and we are running late by time. To add to Gadiaji expression, that some lakhs of cooperative societies, as Navneet expressed, that near about 8 lakhs, 9 lakhs cooperative society in India in various sectors, in the financial sector, agri sector, and fertilizer and some many various types of, and we are having opportunity, but some we are having certain limitation that it needs some change in act so that we can participate in cooperative society as auditor. Although we are participating, Mohanji, for your information, you are from my state, Odisha. In Odisha, I am giving one example, Narasi, that one of our members, Bankim Chandra Misra, perhaps anybody knows him or not, is a very knowledgeable member and always he is update and having membership. He is giving advice to entire spinning, that means Sambalpuri Cooperative Society, Sambalpuri Bastro. It is famous in India. Nirmala Sitharamanji always wearing Sambalpuri sari and president also. He is the person voluntarily he is giving service, advisory to the person how to reduce cost. Also he is helping in creating one export house by registering the export house, procuring the products and sending to outside India, that means export business he is helping. He is a cost accountant. He is in practice. Also he is having one special counter in Bhubaneswar, name is Priyadarshini. Bhubaneswar market, only he is procuring the Sambalpuri sari and trading. He is also a cost accountant. Mohanji, for your information,
Council and fellow members. It is my honor to be here today with you with a very good morning, I feel, because today is the International Cooperative Day. So first of all, I wish you all a happy International Cooperative Day. And today is really a auspicious day according to me. As Mr. Anand sir has said that the ministry has come out, the report on cost accounting and the cost audit has been made public, and I am sure you will find, because I have gone through cursorily and I have observed that it is definitely it is going to provide us lot of opportunities, and whenever there is opportunity there are challenges also. But let me talk about this first, the what is there particularly specific area where cooperative societies are concerned. I am reading out principles and practices of maintenance of cost accounting records and cost audit to be extended to the cooperative societies, trust, autonomous bodies and other authorities such as public transport, education, health, transport and port services, and all sectors which are in either receipt of subsidy, incentives or grant from the government. I am not reading further, but look, the world is opening up for us. So it's a really auspicious day. I wish you all the best. And at the same time, let me tell you that today what Mishra sir has said, I was just observing and trying to match it. Because look, so far we were feeling that our peers, chartered accountants, are leading. But if you analyze their practice, if you understand their activities, how they have galloped. Sir, till 1967, 61 onwards, initially the advocates were practicing in the area of income tax. Go back to that, compare it. If you do not have access, you will get it from elders also. It was a mainly dominated, the income tax practice was mainly dominated by advocates. But you know, the accountancy is also having a special domain of knowledge. And then what happened? Dire dire, the chartered accountants came into play, and the whole thing was taken over by them. And this was the perhaps the key area till 1990, where our taxation rates were high, very complex. Even tax rate table was also very complex. That if you are doing something by some sort of so-called planning, savings could have been there. So there was no incentive for efficiency, making things very efficiently, this and that. And now challenges are coming that we need to conserve our resources for our future generation also. I am not talking in terms of the so-called very sophisticated language. So now I feel that today, what I observed, that look, to serve the masses, to reach to unreach, and particularly in our country, where we have got a very high volume, high number of people, population is very big. The one sector is very important, that is cooperative sector. And in this cooperative sector, Mohan Mishra ji and his team is really helping us. So this is going to be a very conducive for our development. And the challenges are there, because if they want to help us, then we have seen the numbers, our numbers. So at the council, I found it as a challenge, but I am really happy that my council has already entered into MOU with IIM Ahmedabad for formulating strategy for our positioning our profession at 2047. So yes, this will also become part of it. And sir, we assure you that even though we are small in numbers, but we will definitely catch up and help the department and NCCT. Now look at the other thing. Reaching to unreached. I think today is such a day that we are also unreached, because we compare ourselves. We do not have the level playing field, this and that. But the opportunity is being offered, and this is going to be a win-win situation for both the institute as well as cooperative sector. And one more thing I would like to emphasize, that look, sirs, the cooperative sector is a unique form of firms, because wherein every partner, every member is empowered, is not profit oriented. So our SDG goals are also automatically going to be attained. And I would say that there are one more thing I would like to highlight, that still there is a scope of increase in the cooperative sector, particularly because if we look at it, if we want to serve our country, the lifeline would be MSME. Now for MSME, if, for example, I am just visualizing that government has developed this MSME in a clustered way. In Gujarat, or say for example in Surat, we have got textiles. Similarly, Sivakasi, there is another industry. So if there is a new kind of cooperative society, for example, for buying material on behalf of the industries sitting around, industries around that cluster, they will be able to get, because if you are buying in a big quantity, you have got upper hand, you will get better quality, more discounts, this and that. Similarly, as sir was expressing, that exports. See, individually, if a person is trying to go for the exports, it may be difficult. But if it is being exported through a cooperative society, so this pooling of the things would be very easy. So there also we can look at it and help the uh, reaching the unreached also. And lastly, I would say that I would like to congratulate Mr. Navneet ji and Mohan Mishra ji that within 3 months period they have created a mass movement, because now it appears today that this is the first ever our meet on the day of International Cooperative Day. We have entered and we have reached several milestones, and I wish that I am sure that we will continue with that momentum, and we are thankful for all these activities. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening speech. Now I request Navneet sir to honor our immediate past chairman of NIRC, CMA Harkesh Tara sir. नहीं
सारे chapters are here. Our all chapters from across northern region are here right now.
एक बुके देना चाहिए हाँ जी. Now I would request Naveen sir. Okay. Now I would request Naveen sir to honor former chairman Subhash Agrawal sir.
Please. जो भी चेतना लेकिन मैं तो नॉर्दर्न रीजन का हूँ, आपकी चेयरमैनशिप के अंदर काम किया.
Now I respectfully request CMA Navneet sir and Jeevan Chandra sir to honor our speaker, Mr. Ganesh Gopal sir, to come up on the stage.
Please. Please. Please.
No. Yeah, she. Yeah, she will take it.
So we have come up with the second volume of our CMAs quarterly journal CMAs Cooperative Digest. I request all the council members to kindly come on stage and release this journal. All the council members and dignitaries seated on the dais. I request all the council members to please come ahead. All the speakers. Ganesh sir, Bharti ma'am, Sudhir sir, SK Gupta sir.
मेरे को तो दे दो मैडम, मेरे पास ही नहीं है। मनीष प्लीज मैडम आप जी बता मैडम
Now I would like to invite Mr. Jeevan Chandra sir to give a vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Respected President Sir, Dalwari Sir, Nayak Sir, Vice President, CBD Chairman Navneet Jain Sir, Chitranjan Sir, और सारे सेंट्रल काउंसिल मेंबर्स और रीजनल काउंसिल मेंबर्स के मेरे कलीग्स और सारे फेलो मेंबर्स, सारे प्रेसिडेंट साहब ये भी बोलते जी. So thank you very much for giving me opportunity to say vote of thanks of this wonderful inaugural session of this International Cooperation Day. And President sir, एक बार announce करेंगे कुछ. Okay. Before you finish. So I would like to say thank you to all of you for this wonderful session, especially Chitoda for establishing this CBD Cooperative Development Board. एंड मोहन सर का तो सहयोग हमें डे वन से ही रहा हुआ है. जो इस साल में इस कमेटी में मैं भी इन्वॉल्व रहा तो आई सीन दैट कि डे वन से मोहन सर का पूरा हम लोगों को कोऑपरेशन रहा है और सारे प्रोग्राम्स में पार्टिसिपेशन रहा है, MOU हुआ है. सो मोहन सर वेरी वेरी थैंक्स फॉर कमिंग टू दिस इवेंट. थैंक यू वेरी मच टू ऑल ऑफ यू. प्रेसिडेंट सर वांट टू से समथिंग. आई इसके बाद हो गया.
Any national level cooperative is there, and under that, whenever there is a national level cooperative society is there, there is a level, second level is always a state level. And what we have observed, that at state level cooperative, the record maintenance of even accounting also is in a vernacular language. Every state may have a different style of nomenclature for accounting and approaches. So I suggested Mohan Mishra ji that let institute and the
NCCT
develop a manual for uniform accounting system, uniform cost accounting system, so that the benefit of compiling the common thing in a harmonious manner would be there. And for that I request the Navneet ji, that let us come out within a period of 3 months. It may not be too complex. Correct, and it should be comparatively smaller, because if we are going to provide it to a lower level, then I mean people may not accept it. So it should be very small, but let us do that within a period of 3 months. Thank you.
Online. Thank you very much once again to all of you, and especially thanks to the members who are joining through online mode. Members of cooperative sector also, they are also joining this program through online mode. And thank you very much to all of you. Now we are going for a 15-minute tea break. After that, we will be here for another technical session. We have speakers from international organization as well. So thank you very much once again. So we are going for tea break.
टी ब्रेक
मेंबर्स के लिए टी ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे अरेंज की हुई है. सारे लोग ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे जाएंगे. देन वी विल कम बैक आफ्टर 15 मिनट्स. थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू टू ऑल.
Sorry ma'am, program is running late by 1 hour.
Hello everyone. In this International Day of Cooperative, let's just cooperative with each other. So, it's time for our technical session. Our first speaker is CMA Sudhir Kumar Sharma. Sir, okay, please welcome to the stage the person who is presently working with National Cooperative Development Corporation NCDC as financial advisor, has total experience of more than 33 years as an officer with public sector undertaking, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission. He is the head of finance department with NCDC since June 2016. Prior to that, he has head of finance with the Electricity Regulatory Commission. During his tenure with the institute, he worked as Deputy Director, Joint Director in Technical Department. He is Executive Secretary of South Asia Federation of Accountants, SAFA, in 2011. While working with institute with NSFDC, the PSU, he worked in zonal offices, MIS Finance and Project Finance Department. He is a graduate in science, has degree in law and MBA finance, all from University of Delhi. He is a fellow member of both the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and Institute of Company Secretary of India. He holds a postgraduate degree in computer application from ICMAI and qualified UGC NET in management. Please welcome to the stage CMA Sudhir Kumar Sharma, sir.
Thank you for inviting me. First of all, I would like to thank the Institute for giving me this opportunity to come here, because it has always been a homecoming for me whenever I visit the Institute. Initially as a student, for some time as an employee, and now as a speaker to the Institute programs. I have always been blessed to be here with the August gathering, and I am thankful to all the people, including the Honorable President, Vice President, Mr. Navneet Jain, the present Chairman of the Cooperative Development Board, and the ex-Chairman Mr. Basu, Chitranjan Sahab, and the other members, the senior officials who have worked with the Institute as well as with the various organizations. I'm thankful to all of you. All of the people who are watching this program on YouTube, I am also thankful to you for joining us on this momentous day, being celebrated by the Institute for the first time. This happens to be 6th of July, on which in 1923, the International Cooperative Alliance started. It is always celebrated on the first Saturday as a foundation day. Similarly, it doubles up the occasion today by being the first celebration by the Institute on 6th of July, the foundation day of our very own Ministry of Cooperation in Government of India. We are being headed by our Yashasvi leader, Shri Amit Shah ji, and I have the privilege to work under his team in National Cooperative Development Corporation, which presently I was just about to tell you about something. I will cover it afterwards, what NCDC does and how it has been contributing to the development as well as for the cooperatives as well as the rural economy in general. I am thankful to all of the people who are joining us again on the YouTube. One of them I can identify right now, my ex-colleague Mr. Surendra Sehgal. Thank you, Sehgal Saab, for your joining. I can see you right now. So all of you are welcome. First of all, let me shell out something on what exactly cooperatives are doing and how they are making a difference in the society. I would name some of the sectors. Kindly try to find linkages between the cooperatives as well as the contribution which they are making. In particular in India, milk, sugar, fertilizers, education, to name few. You can see the definition of cooperative is not exactly what it is contributing. The sectors which are there which I've just listed some of them, they are making a whole lot of difference in the costing. All these sectors which I've just mentioned, there are few of them. Wherever cooperatives are there, in these sectors, market forces are not able to exploit the normal consumer. You can see, including the housing, which has the maximum number of cooperatives in the country. So whenever there is a cooperative, you can be rest assured there is a likelihood of not getting exploited by any of the corporates or any of the profit-making organizations just to taking the consumers for a ride. So this is the contribution by the cooperatives. I would like to highlight now the organizations which are known as the leaders in the market. You can very well see, in the International Cooperative Alliance, there are 3 organizations particularly which are listed, and they are not only the leaders in the cooperative sector in India, as well as they are the number 1 and 2 in International Cooperative Alliance as well. IFCO and CRIPCO, they are number 1 and number 2 in cooperative world in International Cooperative Alliance listing, which was done last time. Even Milk Federation is Amul. Amul is of course number 2, CRIPCO is slightly lower than that. So number 1st and 2nd is occupied by the Indian cooperatives in International Cooperative Alliance listing on certain parameters. That is the contribution by country. And there are various cooperatives which are listed in the which are making the difference. Now you can see the fertilizer. IFCO and CRIPCO are the major players. And see whether any sector is being taken for a ride? No. Milk. I was just wondering what has happened in Pakistan. The price of milk in Pakistan is today $1.33 per liter. And see the price in India or wherever the cooperatives are. The price of milk in Pakistan today is much more than what is being paid by the consumers in Melbourne, Amsterdam and Paris. This is a study which has been recently made just after the budget was presented in Pakistan last week. This week only, 1st of July. So that is what the cooperatives, because the lack of the cooperatives in Pakistan, they are not fully empowered. There is an absence of quality cooperatives in the Pakistan country. That is why their consumers are being taken for a ride. 330 rupees is the price which they are paying, almost. But now it has reached to 370 rupees per liter. See how blessed the Indian consumer is. See the price of housing, in particular whenever there is a cooperative housing involved. The kind of control on prices by the cooperative sector, that is what is making the difference. So fertilizers, I have already told you. Even sugar is mostly blessed with the sector having most of the cooperatives contributing to the sector. Why? Because sugar is not only excise control, that is also regulated by the various authorities. But because of cooperative being present there, no consumer of this commodity, which is a staple commodity, has been taken for a ride. You can make a comparison, you can always not be very sure what is happening in the consumers as far as the other countries are concerned, but see the difference is being made by the cooperatives. Even I would like to make a comparison with the education sector. See what is happening if ICMAI has not been there, or now ICMAI not been there. It is working on those principles only which are dear to the cooperatives. One member, one vote. Members taking the lead for managing the helm of affairs. They are able to control themselves. So our very focus on the corporate sector has led to this, that most of us are not either aware of the cooperatives or their awareness is based on certain myths, which I'd like to share today. It is more of heart-to-heart sharing what exactly are the myths and how the cooperatives are helping them break those myths. First of all, Most of us believe that cooperatives mostly function in agriculture sector. That's not true. In particular, around the world as well as in India. You can see, as I've already listed, cooperatives are present not only in storage, tribals, livestock. They are, of course, to some extent, cooperative sector in agriculture. Chocolate, shipping. Chocolate making is one of the major cooperatives in the country which NCDC happens to finance. FPOs, transportation are namely which are out of the cooperative sector, which are out of the agriculture sector, I'm sorry. So, apart from that, the normal sector organizations which are existing is sugar, textile, milk, storage, cold chain, fisheries, processing. These are some of the areas which cooperatives have already made their mark and are contributing to the better of society. Similarly, around the world, if we talk about, cooperatives are present not only in these activities, they are present in healthcare, housing, electricity, internet, e-connectivity, worker cooperatives, as well as in all the sectors including insurance, which in India so far we are yet to start. While discussing this with the Institute in this August gathering, I would like to request, I was just told by, when I was discussing, having a one-to-one discussion with our Honorable Vice President of the Institute, Nayak Saab, he said, why don't you suggest certain things? I said, I have a limited knowledge on this, sir, but still, if you allow me, I would request, first of all, the council should have already taken the good lead by having a cooperative development board. But this board is now requested to sensitize our members more. How? One of the idea which I am proposing, I am not very sure, I have not seen the syllabus, if possible, which I raised in my first meeting in the Cooperative Development Board when I was invited, that why don't we have certain chapters initially or some papers for the students just to sensitize them. Because if we have built up that mass, either in the cost audit area or in the performance management, which one of the speakers in the first session was pointing out that this is where we lack. Why don't we have some chapters or half a paper, or if not that, 25% of the coverage, so that students are perforce made to study them. This happens to be the third largest sector contributing to the economy of country. Why can't we have a particular institute governing the cooperative sector, regulations, auditors, and as well as education contribution in the sector? Why don't our institute take a lead in that? Because that would be the first institute culminating into a particular thought process by the institute members as well as the practitioners, which would be taking care of that. Second contribution which the institute can make is, as already pointed out by certain members or the honorable speakers before me in the inaugural session, why can't we have certain best practices of the cooperative sector listed out and published, even if it is an e-mechanism, electronic mechanism, and shared with all the people who are making decision making in the sector from the institute. This board can help that in making those contributions. This is one of the submissions I am making, if possible. Then I am coming again to the initial thoughts about I will keep on adding wherever I can. Second is, it is always believed, I am talking about myths now, it is always believed that cooperatives are non-profit or charities. It's not the case. Most of us believe that. You can see all the cooperative leaders which I have listed or talked about, including certain top banking institutions, they are all in profit, but they are not regulated per se. Still they are making profits, and their profit is being distributed among the members. That is the difference. Here, whenever you are talking about corporates will always like to aggrandize on profits. They will make profits but will not distribute either in the society. This is what the common perception is. I'm not talking about the forced CSR or other initiatives. I'm talking about how cooperative sector can contribute and is already contributing by keeping the prices low, as well as making a contribution in almost all the sectors which they are existing. Thirdly, we feel only the members of those societies can utilize the services or goods which are either produced or made by them. Not exactly. All the cooperative societies which are having a business model, they offer their services to all the people, including their members. Members just happen to be the initial customers or consumers. But cooperative sector contributes to all the people, offering the equal services to all the members of society. Most of the times, you will be surprised, in South India, there are hospitals, in particular Kerala and Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. And they are being run on such a business model that they are not only offering competitive services to their members as well as to the others in society, that it will be almost half or sometimes even 1/3 of the prices which other hospitals must be charging. But still they are profitable. They are able to contribute. So I'm just making sensitization to all of you, wherever you are, kindly start looking at cooperatives in a serious manner, which so far most of the corporate, due to our corporate lineage, corporate focus, has not been able to do. This is not only the third largest sector, as already pointed out by one of our speakers earlier, it is having a membership of 30 crore people. And 30 crore people is much more than some of the big countries' population, including, barring Russia and China, and America, most of the countries would be having lesser population than that. So you can see what is the market availability if you take cooperatives as a whole, as a monolithic structure. Thirdly, next point on my myths. It is impossible for the cooperatives to be innovative and to scale up. Not exactly again. See what is happening in IFCO. I'm just giving few examples. IFCO has come out with, they have not been a market leader, they have come out with nano. Now I'm talking about not about car, I'm talking about nano fertilizer. Nano fertilizer is such a product which is offered to all the people. And this nano fertilizer is going to be a decision changer for all the sectors as far as fertilizer is concerned. All fertilizers. It's a small packet having all the availability which can be taken in a transportable manner, not big bags which we are used to see, but IFCO has come out with that kind of an innovation. In India, today also, when our Honorable Home Minister and Cooperation Minister is inaugurating a program in Gandhinagar, he is going to launch Bharat Organic Atta. He is launching it today. That is a product of National Cooperative Organics Limited, a recent organization started by NCDC and others who are the leaders in cooperative. They have contributed to its share capital, but they have come out with this product, which is going to be a life-changing decision for all of us, because organic products are the need of the hour. If it is, first I talked about fertilizer, now I'm talking about the innovation in organic sector, organic atta, which is being launched today. Thirdly, in international level, there have been ocean spray cranberries. They were formed in 1930, and they come out with a special growers style cranberry sauce to the retail market, which was a leader in their part of the world, particularly in USA. So we can see International Cooperative Alliance, which started in 1923, has a lot of members which are into not only financial services, they are having products as well as insurance, financial services, and other sectors which most of our cost accountants are associated with. They can always make a difference. Then it is believed that cooperative will either save a falling business or become successful, make it successful. It's not always the case. They are being run as a cooperative from the time memorial. Some of the cooperatives are there in the country since this act, first act, was started in 1904, much before than the Companies Act. First Companies Act was started in 1913, if I'm correct. And the Cooperative Act was legislated through our Britishers in 1904, based on the British model on 1850s when the cooperative started in the British Empire. So 1904 onwards is almost 120 years, much more than the corporate history in this country. We have a legacy which we have to build upon, and we have already the leaders. So it is always believed one should work on its own strengths, and cooperative is the strength of country. I always believe if the cooperatives are given right dose, right amount of environment, which the government has seized off and already doing it with the establishment of the ministry, is going to make wonders in the times to come, which I would be talking about some of the initiatives which the government has taken recently, which I did talk about in one of the presentations I made in December 2023 in Faridabad chapter. I would continue from there, but I would focus on those areas which our members can make a difference. So it is not only serving the unserved communities, it is serving all. So some of the myths which need to be broken. Now I would come to the main part of my presentation after trying to dispel some of the myths, that where the government has taken lead, come out with 54 initiatives which are listed on the Ministry of Cooperation website. It's in the public domain. You can very well see them. I would be just touching some of them within this limited period so that you can see wherever opportunities lie for our members. First, there are change in the model bylaws by PACs or PACs. It has been made multi-purpose. So our members can help by preparing the business models of the change bylaws. Earlier, they were permitted to have only one business model. Now, they are allowed to work for all the business wherever they can think of, whatever they can think of. So this is a big change which has been made in the model bylaws by the Government of India as soon as it started functioning about 3 years back. Second, strengthening of PACs through computerization, which many of the people talked about. 63,000 PACs have been identified. So their MIS study can be made by our members. NABARD is taking a lead. NABARD has already computerized many of them. It's around 30,000 have been in the advanced stages of computerization, but still more than 50% of those PACs are yet to be computerized. So our members, wherever they are, they can help those by getting them computerized, by offering initially the help either on a pro bono basis or on a paid basis. Whatever is possibility by our members wherever they want to. Establishment of multi-purpose, I already talked. Now the world's largest grain storage program in cooperative sector. You would be happy to know Government of India has come out with a scheme to have world's largest grain storage program, wherein the cooperatives would be helped by having the funding of 1 lakh crore. 1 lakh crore. This is not a small number. And all the cooperatives would be happy if the people in those areas are being helped to make their business plans for this area. Making of grain storage programs. because NCDC is going to fund them. My organization where I'm working, we are going to fund them. We have already tied up with various banks, and we would be coming out with our own funding wherever required. It boils down to the requirement of those specific cooperatives which they would like to have. I'm not saying we should be focusing only on NCDC. I'm just saying this is an area of opportunity for our members. 1 lakh crore. Already the pilot is on in 12 states. Pilot project is on, and our members are helping some of them wherever they can. They can make a lead again. Our members have always been in the focus of urban areas. I would say kindly shift to some of the towns or some of the rural areas as well. Be based near to your area of operation. Be based to wherever you're staying, but you can make a difference by not making some of the new FPOs, new organizations, farmer producer organizations in cooperative sector, as well as fisheries farmer cooperative sector organizations. You can make them. You can be appointed as an accountant there also. The government has come out with a scheme of 10,000 FPOs to be formed in 3 to 4 years now. It started in 20, but only 50% have been done so far. Even NCDC is one of the implementing agencies. Institute can become an implementing agency as well if they are able to fulfill the norms. Some of the institutes peers in the other universities, centers, or some education institutions have become implementing.
Our market should be able to become that agency.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean to say. I mean to say that only.
So we'll have discussions on that.
Yeah, why not? Yes, I am game for that. So wherever possible, if it is a MAF or institute, it is of course institute only. It's only. I know that it's only institute. So institute MAF can take care of that. Then common service centers. Our members can not only start the common centers, they can manage them. Common service centers wherein small services. See, small is not always small. Small is not always small. It is very big. C.K. Prahlad has pointed out the profit or it lies at the bottom of the pyramid. So we can always focus on that. Then I have already told you about the FPOs. FPOs and some of the cooperatives are being offered LPG, petroleum, and petroleum products dealership as well. So if a cooperative society which is based out of some township areas, they can always contribute by having the this kind of a setup. Then there are Jan Aushadhi Kendras, Bank Mitras, RuPay credit cards. I have to sum up because I've been asked to make it fast. So I would be I understand that. So, no issues. So these are some of the activities I would like you to kindly go through, and NCDC would be there to help out on these sectors wherever our institute wants us. One of my colleagues is already on the Cooperative Development Board, nominated by our organization. He is already helping them out, and wherever our NCDC or me in personal capacity, I would always be helping. Thank you, sir. Okay.
We will request you to please send your notes to our CDB so that we can.
Sure. I will.
Sir, first you have to please.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening speech. Now it's time to honor to invite Harkesh Tara sir to the stage for a few words of appreciation to Sudhir sir. Okay. Then Navneet sir, please.
Thanks a lot, Sudhir sir. Luckily, he is our member, Sudhirji, I think we have already conveyed it to you. And he is always very helpful. I can still recall the day when we went to him and just requested him, sir, please come to Faridabad and have a session for us. Because when when I took over CDB, we were just trying to find out where our members are there. And just by chance, I called him, and then he said, "Yaar, I'm part of you." Sir, are you a cost accountant? Yes, I am a cost accountant. Luckily, he has worked with our institute also. So, इनका काफी अच्छा रहा हमारे साथ, and the way you have already seen, the way he's guiding all of us. I'm sure that with his support, we are definitely going to make certain more big breakthroughs in the cooperative sector. Thanks a lot, Sudhirji. So, sir, please, Manish ji. Asha, sir, please have seat. Sir, I'll request Neeraj ji, please come over for felicitation. Our Center Council member. Okay. I have to felicitate and request the regional council members whoever are here. Please, thank you, sir. Please join us. The skinny man has taken too much of pains in organizing all this.
Now I would request to come CMA Vinay Ranjan sir.
Please join, sir, please join. खुद से आप ही join करेंगे. हमारे सेंटर काउंसिल मेंबर हमारे
Now I would request to come. Now I would request to come CMA A to Z Murthy sir. A to Z Murthy sir. Sir, story तो बता दो A to Z वाली. Why is it A to Z Murthy sir?
A to Z story. This is A to Z story. That is very difficult. Sir, please. सर थोड़ा सा एक दो लाइन में बता दीजिए एक दो लाइन और मैं भी कह रहा हूं अच्छा बहुत बता दीजिए
really time best to all of you. Thank you. If we expand this in English, to help us out to citizens. छप्पन जो आते हैं ये after 17 times हमारा तेलुगु लोगों में विशाखापट्टनम जिला वाले लोगों ने पूरा बाप का नाम माँ का सब लगा तो मेरा नाम सिर्फ मूर्ति है बाकी सब खानदान का है
Sir, I was very curious to know कि ये क्यों था. Okay. So now I would like to invite CFA of NCCT, Gopal Krishna sir.
Sir, he is the main link between us and NCCT. Just because of him, we started the activity, and thanks to Kini ma'am who got in touch with him.
Now I would request CMA Rajesh Agrawal sir to come up.
He's our member and Hasya Kavi. I hope you might have heard him. Today I have requested a special request. Sir, please you have to come today because we may get bored by the lectures over the day and you have to take care of our members and NCCT person. Please listen to him after our work.
Now I would request to come all our council members,
Sir, council members, sir, all these people. First, start another technical. Neeraj sir, Moti sir, please come. For speakers. First, ask a question. My name. My name.
I would request to come SK Gupta sir. SK Gupta sir. Sandeep sir. SK Gupta sir. हाँ बोल दिया I request to honor SK Gupta sir. Next honor Sudhir Kumar Sharma sir. Sudhir Kumar Sharma sir. Now we request CMA Sudhir Kumar Sharma sir to come up. Next party. Now would request Ms. Bharti Birla ma'am. Now would request Mr. Ganesh Gopal sir.
We can resume the session now.
Yes, sir.
Technical session. Just thank you.
प्रोफाइल वगैरह रीड कर लो स्टार्ट करवा दो
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I introduce our esteemed guest today. She is a beacon in the realm of commerce education. She has over 30 plus years of experience in different sectors of commerce industry, in which she has earned widespread acclaim for her profound knowledge and dedication to shaping the future of commerce. She brings us a wealth of experience from various known institutions and organizations where she have not only excelled but have also mentored countless aspiring professionals in the field. Today, she graciously joins us to share her insights and expertise, which are sure to inspire and enlighten us all. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Bharti Birla ma'am.
Thank you so much. Since morning, I've been very inspired with all the speeches and the speakers. Been talking about the role of cooperatives. Lot to learn and lot to take back also from the first session. Just to talk a little bit about myself, I'm Bharti Birla. I'm Bharti Birla. I'm from International Labour Organization. International Labour Organization, as you all know, is an international standard setting body which sets the standards on the world of work, labor issues as we call them. And these standards which are set by the International Labour Organization are then implemented by the companies. What I do in the ILO, so what I do in the ILO, I'm the enterprise development specialist in what we call as a decent work team for South Asia. I work on the, how to support enterprises to be sustainable, competitive, but also to see how enterprises work in the arena of supply chain, social responsible business, looking also at the cooperative verticals, greening, just transition, and sustainable financing. What I'm going to talk about today is to just give you a short introduction on what ILO does on cooperatives and how ILO is engaged in the cooperative world, and just a little bit of background of what ILO does. And when you're talking about cooperatives, how the world of cooperatives and decent work interact with each other. So before I start, I just want to also reiterate the message of Director General of the ILO.
ये भी मैम ये यूट्यूब के लिए ये यहाँ के लिए दोनों का हाँ ये भी करना ये भी करना दोनों ये ओपन एक्सक्यूज मी
साउंड नहीं आ रहा।
International Day of Cooperatives. This year's theme is Cooperative.
If it's an issue, we might play it later. Then it's okay. Let's play it later then. Yeah, maybe. And I'll go back to my presentation.
Of the essential role of cooperatives, sustainable development, and social justice worldwide. This year is the 80th anniversary of the ILO's Philadelphia Declaration, whose decision reflects the values of the ILO's mandate. The declaration affirms the right of all human beings to pursue material well-being, spiritual development, freedom, dignity, economic security, and equality. Cooperative body in a single word of the growing sector. International Cooperative Alliance and
आपका यूट्यूब वाला में जब ये यूज़ करेंगे तो इसको ऑफ करेंगे जब ये वाला यूट्यूब वाला माइक यूज़ करेंगे तो इसको ऑफ करेंगे ये यूट्यूब के लिए है और ये यहाँ के लिए है तो दोनों आपको लगाना पड़ेगा ये भी लगा लीजिए तो एक ऑफ करने की जरूरत नहीं ऑफ करने की जरूरत नहीं करिए दोनों लगाने यही जैसे अपने लगा
and the second reform is
you can press this.
Collaboration with the community for the promotion and advancement of cooperatives along with collaborative agencies and international cooperative movement exemplifies this. Cooperatives also offers timely solutions by prioritizing employment, cooperatives can promote just environmental transition and a fair digital transformation. I would like to take this opportunity to encourage cooperatives to engage in the global accelerator jobs and social protection for industrial issues. Your presence and contribution have very well starting at fact. Today, we have an opportunity to reinforce cooperation between cooperatives and social economic entities, government, employers, and open organizations, and international organizations. The recently launched Global Coalition for Social Justice, Drugs, it unites diverse partners around the world and helps translate their commitment into concrete actions to advance social justice. I am glad that the cooperative movement has joined in the coalition.
You can explain what he has stated because no voice is coming. I think we can stop that.
Stop.
Just explain what it is.
So that was our DG of the ILO talking and congratulating on the International Cooperatives Day. And basically emphasizing the value that cooperatives bring to the world of work, not just for some of the reasons that have been mentioned before, but some of the innovative areas where the cooperatives have a big role to play, just transitions. We are going through a situation of climate change, future of work is changing, the way we work is changing. There are new things happening around the globe. So how do we move from this current phase to the new world? And that's where cooperatives can also play a very great role, also in the context of creating jobs. If you look at the jobs and employment, regular forms of employment are decreasing, but the cooperatives are a place where livelihood for people is ensured. And as we heard in the session in the morning, the profits are shared. So there's a collective good that is being created, which is distributing wealth within the people. So DG also said that in the context of provision of social protection, there is a global alliance and global accelerator programs which are looking at job creation as well as looking at social protection, and these cooperatives become an important tool. And he's very happy that a lot of the cooperatives have actually joined this global initiatives on accelerating jobs and employment, but also accelerating the efforts of the national government on social protection, ensuring that every worker, everyone who's in a country gets social protection irrespective of where they're working. Before I move on to the cooperatives, I also wanted to give you a glimpse of what ILO is. I'm not sure how many of you know the ILO and how many of you interact with it, but I do know that all of you interact with the labor legislations and labor law, and many of the cooperatives, these labor laws need to be implemented in the cooperatives as well. But the question is, who makes these international standards, who makes these labor laws at the global level, and how they are implemented within the countries, and what role does ILO play in that? So maybe I'll go to the next slide. So just wanted to let you know that ILO is an institution which was formed in 1919. This was an outcome of the World War, where there were, huge number of cases where workers were being not treated properly, and the employers, the companies also wanted a level playing field, and the labor laws in different countries where these companies or entities were operating were not providing the level playing field, because in some countries the labor was exploited, the other countries labor were given some better rights. So in order to have a level playing field and having a standard labor legislation all across the globe, the idea was to come up with international labor standards, and that's where the ILO was born. And it was born on the concept of what we call as social justice. Right now there are 187 member countries of the ILO, and ILO is quite a different body compared to other United Nations agencies because it has three members. It has the governments, it has the workers, and it has the employers who are part of the ILO. And therefore, it's called as a tripartite agency. No other UN body operates like this. And what ILO does, it draws up and oversees the international labor standards, which are in the form of conventions and recommendations. And I'll come to these in a minute. So if you look at the structure of the ILO, we have workers, government, and employers. So whenever there is an international labor standard which is being discussed, whether it is on cooperatives or whether it is on different kind of labor rights or labor protections or how the enterprises should be made sustainable or competitive, the workers, governments, and employers come together, and each country has 4 votes. 2 votes belong to the government. So in case of India, there are 4 votes. So 2 votes belong to the government of India, 1 vote belongs to the employers organization. So all the employers organizations in India come together, they have 1 vote, and all the trade unions come together and then they have 1 vote. Similarly, all the 187 countries have these 4 votes, and there's a discussion that happens, there's a voting that happens, and whatever international labor standards are agreed on, they are agreed on with the participation of the governments, employers, and workers in these 187 countries. And the idea of these, we can go to the idea of these labor legislations, and you must have heard this word quite often, is decent work. And the decent work basically looks at how do we enable opportunities for women and men to work in conditions of freedom, equity, security, and human dignity, but also looking at how do everyone, all of us, have what we call as fundamental principles and rights at work. So these are the core labor standards which all of us must have. Also have decent employment and income, social protection, and possibility to engage in a dialogue whenever there is a challenge, participatory approach where we sit together, discuss in a tripartite, governments, workers, and employers sit together and discuss what some of the things that you were talking about is also a part of social dialogue. So so when we look at the international labor standards, as I mentioned, they're in the forms of conventions and recommendations, and conventions need to be ratified by the countries. So all the labor law, if you see the Child Labor Act or the Forced Labor Act, Minimum Wages Act, all these acts have been made because there is a international ILO convention which may be ratified by India or not ratified by India, but according to this international standard, which is in a form of convention, the national countries make their own national law. So all the labor legislations that you see in India are derived from these international labor standards, and so in other countries. And there are what we call as recommendations. So recommendations are not binding on a country, but recommendations are something which are like a broad guideline which the countries should look at in the context of the world of work. So there are different kinds of conventions related to working time, wages, occupational health and safety, discrimination, gender equality, but also sectoral workers for agricultural workers, care workers, migrants. So different kinds and categories of these conventions are available. What I want to draw your attention today, is on these 5 fundamental conventions, which are called the core conventions. And when you're looking at costings, in these cooperatives, when you're looking at deeply into how the cooperatives are functioning, we need to also ensure that these labor standards are also followed, and the cost related to this is also accounted for in their own structures. And these are called as fundamental or core conventions because they are like the human rights conventions. They are all labor rights conventions are human rights conventions, but these form the core of human rights convention. And whether any country has ratified them or not, whether any country has a law related to this or not, just because they are member of the ILO
they have to implement it in their country and implement it universally, which means that cooperatives also need to implement it for their own workers and their own members who are working in the cooperative. And they relate to the elimination of forced labor, elimination of child labor, enabling equality and non-discrimination at the workplace, also looking at how the workers can come together and collectively bargain for rights which are higher than what is prescribed in the national legislation, and they have a social dialogue, which is basically a participatory dialogue between the employers, workers and government, and also promotion of safe and healthy working conditions. So these 5 core labor rights need to be implemented by everyone, whether they are for profit, whether they are not for profit, or they are cooperatives. So these fundamental 5 core labor areas, or labor rights as we call them, need to be implemented by everyone. And this issue of cooperatives, it's not new to the ILO. So when ILO was formed in 1919, and I'm very happy Ganesh is also here, because our first DG, first director of the ILO was Mr. Albert Thomas, and he also came from the International Cooperative Alliance. So the agenda of cooperatives was always there within the ILO. And in 1920, there was a special cell that was created in the ILO to look at ILO's cooperative services. And a lot happened after that, but the important was that, the peace treaty which was signed when the ILO was formed during the end of the Second World War, if you look at the peace treaty that was signed, which is called the Treaty of Versailles, in that Treaty of Versailles is when the ILO was born. And in that treaty, in that peace treaty, it says that the ILO should not only be concerned with the conditions of work, but also with the conditions of workers. And by and large, it is under the organizational forms of cooperatives that this concern is best addressed for the largest population in the world. And this is an extract from the GB meeting which happened after the ILO was formed, the governing body meeting of the ILO. So for ILO, cooperatives have been there from the very start. Sorry, the date is wrong here. It should be 2002. So the first recommendation on cooperatives within the ILO came in 2002. It is called the Promotion of Cooperatives Recommendation number 193. So it is a guideline to the member countries and to India on how the cooperatives should be formed, what should be the principles on they should be formed, how the cooperatives should be governed. And in most cases, what happens at the ILO, there is a double discussion. If the topic is very important, then the International Labour Conference, which meets every year, they discuss the same topic for 2 years together, and basis that the countries vote whether such international standard in the form of recommendation or convention should be adopted. So for this process also, in 1919, the governing body of the ILO took up this issue, and there was first discussion in 2001, and by June 2002, we had the recommendations on the promotion of cooperatives, asking the member countries, 187 member countries, to promote cooperatives in their own countries. And what it also called was that the employers' organizations, the workers' organizations, and the governments have to play a role. And these roles should support the cooperatives. So as a mandate of this recommendation, the employers' organizations in India, the EFI or the PhD Chamber of Commerce, FICCI, CII, they also have been asked to support the cooperative movement, but also the workers' organizations, the trade unions, the other workers' organization, agricultural workers' organization, represented sector organizations also need to support the cooperatives. And the most important thing that this recommendation also said was that cooperatives should not be used to undermine workers' rights, and cooperatives should be good employers and follow these international labor standards that I was talking about. And these are something like non-negotiable even within the cooperative. So whether You see that in the private and public sector enterprises, but cooperatives also need to ensure these basic core or labor standards. I just want to draw your attention to, one specific para within the recommendations, which talks about the need to ensure that cooperatives are not set up or used for non-compliance with the labor law. So, I heard an example where cooperatives are coming together to actually lower the market prices, but if the cooperatives are also coming together to lower the labor rights, that is not admissible as per this recommendation. And cooperatives must not be used to establish disguised relationships, labor relationships. So if the cooperatives are creating a situation where the workers are not getting their rights, those complaints can actually be raised at the ILO supervisory mechanism. So ILO has a supervisory mechanism where trade unions, cooperative members can actually file their complaint at the international fora, which is at the International Labour Organization. They can file their representation, and there is a committee of experts who sits and decide these cases and gives direction to the government of that country from where this complaint is raised to make changes in the way cooperatives are functioning or better regulating them. So these complaints have been filed in past also by many member countries, cooperative members of many member countries, and taken up at the committee of experts at the ILO. And can I just go back? It also talks about that if there are national policies, there should be a national policies to combat what we call as pseudo cooperatives that violate the rights of the workers. They violate, the different labor legislations that should be applicable to them. And it also talks about the ILO Fundamental Principles and Rights Declaration, the 5 rights that I talked about, that those 5 rights must be applicable to all the cooperatives. And they should be, these fundamental rights are applicable to every cooperative, no matter how small that cooperative is. Even if it's a small cooperative of, a small food producing cooperative in a rural, or a biscuit making cooperative in a rural village, these 5 fundamental principles should even apply to that. So there is no negotiation in the terms of size of the cooperative. What the ILO talks about and what the UN talks about in the context of cooperatives is that the cooperatives should care for the people and the planet. They should work on justice, social justice. They should work on equality. And also they should have self-governance, should be governed by themselves and their members. And they should have transparency, honesty, and integrity. And what is also important is that the cooperatives should support other cooperatives. They should support other kind of similar entities through solidarity and mutual aid. And also talks about the principles which cooperatives must have in the context of social or public purpose that they serve. Also, limitation of the profit distribution, which we heard in the morning as well, and democratic and participatory governance, voluntary cooperation, as well as independence and autonomy. Another important mark which you should know is that in June 2022, the ILO came up with another resolution, which is called ILO Resolution on Decent Work and Social Solidarity Economy. So not just cooperatives, there are other forms of social solidarity economy which were briefly mentioned in the morning session today, like societies, trusts, and other ways of workers organizing together. And these are all other forms of social solidarity economy. So cooperatives are one form, but there are other forms which can be formed by the workers and the groups by different registration process. And these could be foundations, social enterprises, self-help groups. All of these are part of what we call as the social solidarity economy. So not just the cooperatives, but all these can also be your customers. And maybe you need to also look at how do you also promote these different forms of social solidarity economy. The canvas is now very huge. And what it looks at is how do these social solidarity enterprises organizations can engage in what we call as a economic, social, and environmental activities, but also have a collective and general interest. It also says that all the social solidarity economy forms, including cooperatives, associations, self-help groups, societies, trusts, producer cooperatives, and foundations, all these forms of social solidarity, they again follow the similar principles as cooperatives. They need to be democratic. They should have a participatory governance. They should have independence, autonomy, as well as they should have a social purpose and distribute the gains that they make from that social entity. What this ILO resolution also talks about is that the social solidarity economy, when we talk about sustainability, when we talk about long-term viability, how the governments can support these institutions to be long-term and sustainable. And one of the most important thing is, how do we look at the role of cooperatives and social solidarity economy entities in formalizing the informal economy? Now, Government of India is putting a lot of efforts to formalize the informal economy, enable social protection for everyone, and cooperatives become a very good tool, or the social solidarity economy models become a very important tool for that. And also, because the way they operate, and we heard, how they distribute the profits, but the way they operate also enables decent work for different categories of workers. Now, being in India and in other countries like Nepal, Sri Lanka, I have also worked with developing small cooperatives for domestic workers, care workers, for self-help groups who are taking work from supply chains from big exporters in the garment sector. The potential is huge. India, the exports are expanding, the supply chains are expanding. And in the morning, when I was looking at the curriculum which is being developed for the cost accountants, there was a discussion on, the students should know, people should know what are the ESG standards, environmental governance and social standards. And those environmental governance and social standards are the ILO standards as well. So the whole social standard is actually the ILO core labor standards. So when we're looking at these cooperatives, how do we enable these cooperatives to enable decent work? And what the ILO does for that, ILO provides technical support to the governments and institutions like this, and also to different social solidarity economy entities. It also engages in the advocacy effect, different kinds of advocacies with the government, with the policymakers, to enable cooperatives, and has done a lot of work around the globe on setting up these cooperatives, setting up the standards for these cooperatives, as well as many training programs. Another resolution which followed the ILO resolution was the 2023 resolution. You need to probably also see this, because it supported the ILO resolution and it came out in 2023. So we are now sort of we just had a 1-year anniversary of this resolution. We had a big regional seminar in Bangkok, but it also supports what ILO has been talking about, and how cooperatives can be, the engines of growth. We always talk about private sectors and private entities or MSMEs and engines of growth, but cooperative sector is another engine of growth. And if you look at the contribution of cooperatives, it's huge across the globe. So how cooperatives can work together, how they can look at enabling a new ecosystem within the country, is what this resolution talks about, and supports the decent work agenda, which ILO also talks about. And our DG's speech, I just want to summarize once again what he was saying. He was saying that how the cooperatives can look at and contribute to sustainable development, achieving the sustainable development goals. The way they operate, how they can actually also create new jobs, employment, livelihood for people, but also generating investment which goes back to the community, which goes back to the people with redistribution of wealth, and contributing to the economy. As people have more money to spend, the economy also grows. So it's something which we all need to promote. Can I go to the next slide? And the DG also talked about how the cooperatives are engaging at the highest level, for example, at the Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transition, and also this Global Coalition on Social Justice. So many of the very large cooperatives are now member of these two coalitions, which are global coalitions, and they're looking at how do we accelerate our work towards attaining the Sustainable Development Goals as well. So with this, I kind of stop here, but I want to also congratulate once again on this International Day of Cooperatives, and I hope your engagement with the cooperatives will help them become more sustainable financially, as well as be able to save cost and distribute more profits within their members, which comes back into the society. So thank you very much for having me here. I look forward to engaging with you again.
And just one thing, can labor codes, if you have something just for 1 minute, if you can tell a little bit about labor codes regarding cooperatives and how our members can get engaged with that, if for a minute.
So, I mean, just to say that labor codes are still to be
implemented.
Yeah. So the codes are passed, but the rules need to be there. So once rules are notified, and as we hear, many states have notified the rules. Now, the trade unions have their own say. They have an issue with the codes, and they want the codes to be looked at. They're saying repealed or at least looked at again. So we don't know when the rules will be passed.
ILO is doing something on that? Or
yes. So ILO had provided the technical comments to the Government of India on all the codes. Some of them were taken on board. Some of them have not been taken on board. And as I mentioned, that there is a committee of experts which sit at the ILO. So they have already given an some inputs to the Government of India on, for example, the wage code and other codes. So we'll see how the implementation goes. But as I mentioned, even when these codes are not passed, the 5 labor laws that I said, they are applicable to everyone in the country, whether we have the law or not law. And once the labor codes are there, many of these labor codes are derived because ILO conventions have been ratified by India.
Right.
So once ILO conventions are ratified by India, India has to make their national laws in line with the ILO conventions. So they cannot go below the ILO conventions, and at some places, as the unions are saying, they're going below the ILO standards, and therefore that's an issue, or there's a dilution. Similarly, employers have their own version. So let's see how the rules will shape up, because some of these things can be addressed by the rules. So once that happens and the implementation starts, there will be a huge task of educating not just the enterprises, the cooperatives, because these laws will be applicable to cooperatives also. So cooperatives are business entities, and all business entities need to implement this law. So it will be applicable to the cooperatives, and there will be a lot of education that will be needed, not just for enterprises, huge number of MSMEs and cooperatives. And this is also important, from the context of what I was talking about, the ESG, in the morning you were talking about ESG. Now, all these MSMEs and cooperatives are part of the global supply chain and domestic supply chains. So many countries are coming up with transparency legislations, accountability legislations, modern slavery legislations. So whenever a company has to export from India, they're not just exporting their own things, but they're getting the products or services taken from smaller companies. So there's a lot of subcontracting that happens in India. And when you're doing subcontracting, the subcontracted firm also needs to follow the labor law. If they don't follow the labor law, then the company which is taking the goods from them cannot export. So the level of reach out would just increase tremendously if India has to participate in the global market. A lot of international trade agreements are being right now negotiated with India, and all of them have these labor clauses. So unless we gear up, unless we bring education and training to MSMEs, to cooperatives and other social solidarity economy enterprises, it will become very difficult to implement the new codes.
Our institute will be there, ma'am, for sure to, you can say, give trainings on these.
So that's fantastic. I think that's much needed. Yes. Yes, sir, please.
Madam, the restoration of manpower in the cooperatives, because you know that as a CMA body, we are also going for the cost optimizations, rationalizations of manpower and others, especially the cooperative banks. I remember one episode that one cooperative bank we went for asked us for cost optimizations in the bank. What we have found that when we went for suggesting that certain inefficiencies, cost of inefficiencies which are there from there, because as you know that appointment of the personnel and human resources are being made from time to time with many issues are there. Here I think this ILO, I was discussing that how this labor laws will be implemented in these policies. So ma'am, I just want to know from you whether our institute could be a part of that, this ILO process, that we can tell them that within the cost optimization structure and what are the rationalization manpower, without having any impact on the cooperatives, maybe the additional workforce can be deployed in other places. Because it may happen that cooperative branches are there, they are not having much on people, but the metro cities and others, they are putting their name. So I think here, on ILO, we should be a part of it so that you can ultimately contribute for this particular misconceptions or something negative mindset. That when the CMAs will be coming, they will be going for cost optimizations and ultimately some people will be, they will be maybe distracted from their own. That I just want to tell you because your presentation was provoking me to just speak.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So just to tell you that ILO works with, we don't directly do any kind of implementation in any country. Our job is to work and provide technical support to the governments and to the employers organizations and workers organizations. And usually if you are say working with any of the other ministry, we go through the labor ministry and then work with other ministries. So that's how it works. So whenever there's a need, then these ministries call us for discussion. And the labor codes, actually, one of the reasons why the trade unions are opposing the labor codes, for example, is the inclusion of fixed term contracts. And that's what you're talking about, that how do you actually optimize labor costs, and this is what the employers want. For example, in seasonal industry, they want flexibility to keep people and then not keep people when there is no season. So there are provisions that are there in the new labor code which can help, but as I said, trade unions are opposed to that idea, but there are some provisions which are there in the new labor codes related to that. Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bharti ma'am, for your enlightening speech. Now, it is my honor to invite CMA Kunal Agarwal sir, Foreman Chair of NIRC, on the stage. He will share a few words of appreciation to Ms. Bharti ma'am. Please join me in welcoming Subhash sir.
Thank you. I congratulate Mr. Navneet Janji, Chairman, Cooperative Development Board, for organizing this conclave. And cooperative is a biggest sector, I say, rather more than the corporate sector. And I have been associated with the cooperative sector in the initial years of my career. In 1987, I worked with the IFCO. So Mr. Sudhir was telling about the IFCO. I was really having proud of having worked with the IFCO in 87 to 92 sometimes. As Madam Bharti ji, she is a enterprise development specialist from ILO. Even ILO, I was associated long back, not for any work, but for my friend Mr. CMA Rajesh Khurana was working there. I have been visiting there. that time. So she has been she has very nicely explained about the ILO working, so many resolutions and the standards, labor standards. Very nice actually. There are no much standards are in the about the labor code, and the labor code is also coming. And I request the members to they can go through the labor code and the standards of the ILO, so that they come, they know what the things are going on, and whenever it is implemented, they know everything about the labor code and the standards, so that the implementation of the in the industry, in the cooperatives will be very easy. So I will not take much time of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now request Navneet sir to honor Dr. VCMA Dr. V. Murli sir. I would request CMA Dr. V. Murli sir to come up on the stage, sir.
The Center Council member from South. Please. Here you lay. हम देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे फोटो है फोटो वाला
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. When we already heard two learned speakers, and two more learned speakers are there, and I know we all are, but two already heard, two are still, and we are very close to lunch break as well. So I can understand there is a the badly required 5 minutes of break, which which we can re-energize to us at least. So you will understand that what CMAs are doing, we doesn't have only the knowledge pool only, but how the CMAs can entertain as well. So you will see here. So we have very learned member, and what I say, you will see on your face only the Rajesh Agrawal ji, the CMA Rajesh Agrawal sir. So I request sir, please come here and entertain us for the 4-5 whatever the time is with you, 5 minutes. Okay. So please give a big round of applause for Rajesh Agrawal sir. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours, sir.
Hand mic. Sir,
हाँ हैंड माइक नमस्कार। एक कवि को मंच पर खड़ा करते हैं और समय बोलते हैं 5 मिनट। 5 मिनट तो नवनीत जी हमको नमस्ते करने में लगती है। मैं सच बता रहा हूँ सर, मैडम आपने बहुत अच्छा बोला, एक बार मैडम के लिए तालियां बजनी चाहिए। पीछे अभी मुरली साहब खड़े होती कुर्सी का एक हत्था थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़े, दूसरा हत्था नीचे। तो मुरली साहब का व्यक्तित्व ऐसा, वो खड़े हो तो कुछ घटनाएं तो घटनी चाहिए थी। मुझे जैसे वो हॉल में इंटर हुए, मुझे लगा इनको सोने की 10-20 चेन पहना दो तो बप्पी लहरी की जरूरत ही नहीं थी। तो एक बार सीएम मुरली सर के लिए तालियां बजनी चाहिए। सर कमाल के स्मार्ट लग रहे हो आप। हेलो, ये आवाज ऐसी चलती रहेगी इसकी? यहाँ भी कॉस्टिंग हो रही है।
डर गया आपसे, माइक भी डर गया।
हेलो, हाँ छोड़ दे भाई ना, मैं मैनेज कर लूंगा, मुझे आदत है। विपरीत परिस्थितियों में काम करना सीएमएस की आदत है। ठीक कह रहा हूँ? जो किताबें पढ़ रहे, मोबाइल देख रहे, मुझे देख ले, मेरे से ज्यादा स्मार्ट इस समय कोई हॉल में नहीं है। हेलो, ये माइक जाता रहेगा।
जैसे हम अपने आप को
हेलो,
वो चला जाएगा।
हेलो, हेलो, हाँ सर, नहीं कोई नहीं, अपन तो बिना माइक के और बिना दर्शकों के भी बोल लेते हैं सर। क्या है कि और बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे होते हैं सर, रात को 10 बजे के बाद थोड़ी सी अंदर चली जाए तो जनरेटर के आवाज पर भी डांस कर लेते हैं। तो एक बार तालियां वालियां बजाओ। देखो मैं आपको बता दूं, नवनीत जी ने मुझे 5 मिनट का समय दिया है। इस 5 मिनट में 40-50 बार तालियां आपने बजा दी तो ठीक है, नहीं तो मैं कितनी बार
करूंगा मुझे नहीं पता, क्योंकि इतनी तालियों के बिना मैं स्टेज से उतरता नहीं हूं। वैसे नवनीत जी बड़े कमाल के व्यक्ति है सर। सर सर may I have your attention please? सर आई एम मिसिंग यू लाइक एनीथिंग। और सामने गणेश जी और मैं उनकी वंदना ना करूं तो सर मैं कैसे सस्टेन कर पाऊंगा? तो आई नीड योर ब्लेसिंग्स एज वेल। सो नवनीत जी बड़े कमाल के व्यक्ति हैं। ये दूसरा माइक ले आया, ये मानेगा नहीं, ये मुझे माइक दे के ही मानेगा। ठीक है सर, अब आवाज आ रही है ठीक? तो नवनीत जी बड़े कमाल के व्यक्ति हैं सर। कल इन्होंने मुझे आदेशित किया कि कल आपको समय पर पहुंचना है, और जैसा कि अभी मनीष जी ने बताया कि आप हमको इंटरटेन करें, तो सर इनको देखकर मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि सामने बादशाह सलामत बैठे हैं और मुझे कहा नाच अनारकली। तो एक बार बादशाह सलामत और अनारकली के लिए तालियां दोबारा बजनी चाहिए। सर वैसे कमाल के व्यक्ति है, मैं सच बता रहा हूं। इन्होंने बोला सहकारिता पर बोलना है। मैंने सुबह पत्नी से बोला कि सर मैडम ही बोलना पड़ता है आजकल घर में सर, क्या जब इस पे छुट्टी वाले दिन समय काटना हो परिवार का तो थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा बटर लगाना पड़ता है। मैंने बोला नवनीत साहब ने बुलाया, सहकारिता दिवस पर कुछ बोलना है। तो पत्नी ने पूछा बड़ी मासूम आवाज में, ये सहकारिता दिवस क्या होता है? मैंने बोला सबका सहयोग लेकर काम करना। तो उसने कहा कि घर से ही शुरू करो, आज का नाश्ता सहयोग से ही हो जाए। तो मैं सर सहकारिता दिवस घर से मनाकर आया हूं। बाकी लोग जो नहीं मना कर आए जाकर मनाएंगे। सहकारिता दिवस के लिए एक बार तालियां बजनी चाहिए। बड़े कमाल के व्यक्ति नवनीत जी। पीछे पहुंच गए एक डेंटिस्ट के पास। सर मैं पोल खोल रहा हूं आपकी। सर मुझे अपनी कहानियों के लिए एक पात्र चाहिए, और जिसका बड़ा भाई नवनीत हो उसको ऐसे पात्रों के लिए बाहर जाने की क्या जरूरत है। मैं नवनीत जी से के पास बैठा था, इन्होंने एक किस्सा सुनाया बड़ा मजेदार। वो सीएमए क्या जो चैलेंजेस में अपॉर्चुनिटी ना ढूंढ ले। इन्होंने बताया भाई साहब, मैंने इनसे पूछा सर क्या हुआ, 2-3 दिन से नजर नहीं आ रहा। बोले वो दांतों में तकलीफ थी। तो नवनीत जी पहुंच गए एक डेंटिस्ट के पास। डेंटिस्ट से जाके पूछा खर्चा कितना आएगा, प्रॉब्लम क्या है। डेंटिस्ट ने प्रॉब्लम देखी, बोला जी आपका एक दांत गड़बड़, एक दांत निकालना पड़ेगा। तो इन्होंने बोला ठीक है निकालना तो पड़ेगा, लेकिन डीएनए में सीएम है। बोला खर्चा कितना आएगा? उसने बोला 2000। बोला 2000, ब्रेकअप बताओ। उसने जवाब दिया, ब्रेकअप दिया सर, एनेस्थीसिया के 200 रुपए और दांत निकालने के 1800 रुपए। उसने बोला तुरंत ऑब्जेक्शन रेज, निकालने के 1800। बोले सर निकालना तरीके से, मसूड़े खराब ना हो जाए, बड़ा टेक्निकल काम है। सुन्न करने में तो क्या, एनेस्थीसिया देने में तो क्या, एक इंजेक्शन तो काम खत्म। बोले ठीक है, माने नहीं, मान ही कराया इलाज। ऐसे थोड़ी सीएमए होता है। दूसरे मोहल्ले में दूसरा डेंटिस्ट भी था, उसके पास पहुंचे, उससे जाके कोट मांगा। प्रॉब्लम वही, दांत निकालना पड़ेगा। कोट मांगा, बोला सर 2000। बोला ब्रेकअप बताओ। बोला जी हम सुन्न करने का 1800 रुपए लेते हैं, क्योंकि सुन्न करना ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट काम है, निकालने में तो क्या है। निकाल दिया। जब दांत ठीक से सुन्न हो जाएगा तो दांत आसानी से निकल आते हैं। बात समझ में आ गई। अब दूसरे दिन सीधे दूसरे वाले डॉक्टर के पास पहुंचे। पहले वाले डॉक्टर ने बोला था निकालने के, सुन्न करने के 1800, निकालने के 200। बीच में पहले आपको इंजेक्शन देंगे, 20 मिनट का आपको रेस्ट देंगे ताकि दवा मसूड़े में पहुंचे और दांत सुन्न हो जाए, उसके बाद हम निकालेंगे। दूसरे दिन दूसरे वाले डॉक्टर के पास पहुंचे, जो निकालने के 200 लेता है और सुन्न करने के 1800। जाके रजिस्ट्रेशन कराया। बोला जी मेरा दांत निकालो। उसने बोला 2000। बोला नहीं, कल मैं ब्रेकअप पूछ कर गया था, उन्होंने कहा था कि सुन्न करने के 1800, निकालने के 200, मुझे सुन्न नहीं करवाने। डॉक्टर परेशान। बोला सर बहुत तकलीफ होगी। बोला तू जानता नहीं मैं सीएमए हूं, मुझे तकलीफ नहीं होती। डॉक्टर को क्या था सर, 200 रुपए लिए, दांत निकाल दिया। इन्होंने छू तक नहीं करी सर। शाम को डेंटिस्ट डॉक्टर्स क्लब में गए, वहां वो पहले वाला डेंटिस्ट मिल गया। बोले यार आज तो कमाल का एक दिलेर इंसान आया था क्लिनिक में, बिना सुन्न किए भाई दांत निकलवा गया। तो डॉक्टर ने पूछा पहले वाले ने, बोला उनका नाम बताओ। बोला नवनीत जी। बोला वो सुन्न मेरे से करवा के गए थे। सर तालियां जोरदार बजनी चाहिए थी। कमाल के व्यक्ति। ये कहाँ गया, मनीष कहाँ गया? हाँ वो मनीष पीछे बैठा है वो। हाँ ये रहा, ये पीछे 2-4 दिन पहले मुझे मिल गया। मनीष बड़ा दुखी था सर उस दिन। मैंने बोला क्या हो गया? बोला सर वो पत्नी कनाट प्लेस गई थी, नल्ली से 15,000 की साड़ियां खरीद लाई। अब एक सीए में खर्चा ना जोड़े, 15,000 की साड़ी। हाँ आज बड़ा खुश। मैंने बोला मनीष आज बड़े खुश नजर आ रहे हो। बोला सर आज वही साड़ी पहनकर पत्नी आपके घर गई है। आप तालियां वालियां बजाते रहो, देखो मैं ऐसे ही आपको हंसाता रहूंगा, यही मेरा काम है। और अभी क्या शानदार कार्यक्रम इंस्टीट्यूट ने गुजरात में सजाया था। हेड्स ऑफ टू इंस्टीट्यूट, मदर इंस्टीट्यूट है हमारी, हमेशा मेरी परीक्षा, हमने जब से इंस्टीट्यूट को ज्वाइन किया परीक्षा ही तो दे रहे हैं। तो कल भी नवनीत जी ने एक पेपर सेट किया मेरे लिए, बोला कल आपको आना है और सहकारिता पर कुछ बोलना है, और वो भी कविता में बोलना है। कल रात के 8 बजे तक मेरे पास सहकारिता पर बोलने लायक कोई कविता नहीं थी, लेकिन वो मदर इंस्टीट्यूशन क्या, जो अपने बेटे को अगर यहाँ खड़ा करना सिखाती है तो बोलना भी सिखाती है। इस मदर इंस्टीट्यूशन के नाम एक बार तालियां बजनी चाहिए। हंसाने के लिए बहुत सारी बातें हो सकती है, लेकिन आज के सब्जेक्ट को जस्टिफाई करता हूं, और विशेष जो आज के लिए मैंने लिखा है वो मैं आपको सुनाता हूं। 4 पंक्तियां इस उत्सव के नाम सबसे पहले कहता हूं। जो अपने संग होते हैं सुखी संसार लगता है, कोऑपरेटिव, सहकारिता। जब अपने संग हो तो परिवार से शुरू होती है सहकारिता। जो अपने संग होते हैं सुखी संसार लगता है, कोई जो बोल दे हंसकर वही उपहार लगता है। किसी की आंख में आंसू नहीं देना मेरे दाता, जो पल खुशियों भरा बीते वही त्योहार लगता है। जो पल खुशियों भरा बीते वही त्योहार लगता है। मैं एक गीत सुनाता हूं सहकारिता पर। मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि आज के जितने स्पीकर्स ने सहकारिता पर जो बोला है उसको 2 मिनट की अपनी एक कविता में पिरो पाऊं। अगर मैंने पिरोया तो आप तालियां बजाना, नहीं तो मैं फिर से दूसरी कविता लिखने की तैयारी करूंगा और फिर से आपको सुनाऊंगा। आपको दोबारा नहीं सुननी हो तो इसी कविता में ढंग से तालियां बजा देना। तो आप एक बार एडवांस पेमेंट कर सकते हो तालियों की। देखो कवियों को ना ताली वाली की बहुत बुरी बीमारी होती है। वो समस्या क्या है कि देखो मैं एक कार्यक्रम में गया, सर मैंने एक हंसने की बात कही, सामने जो बैठे थे बिल्कुल हंसने का काम ही नहीं। आजकल सर प्रथा है, बड़े लोग पूजा के लिए भी आदमी रखते हैं। तो मैंने पूछा सर आप हंस नहीं रहे, कि आपको मेरी बात में आनंद नहीं आ रहा? बोला नहीं आदमी रखे। मुरली साहब, फिर मैंने एक बहुत बढ़िया कविता सुनाई, सबने तालियां बजाई। मैंने जाके पूछा उससे, भाई आप ताली क्यों नहीं बजा रहे? बोला सर अभी बताया था ना आदमी रखे, ताली भी वही बजा रहा है। सर थोड़े दिन बाद उसकी शादी हुई, मुझे मिल गया। मैंने बोला भाई साहब पत्नी कहाँ है? बोला हनीमून पर। तो आप तालियां वालियां बजाते रहो, आप थोड़ी बड़े आदमी हो, आप तो अपने हिस्से का काम खुद करते हो। चले मैं सहकारिता दिवस पर एक कविता आपको सुनाता हूं। कल लिखी है, मुझे याद नहीं इसलिए मुझे थोड़ा देखना पड़ेगा। विश्व पटल पर भारत का सम्मान बढ़ाना है, विश्व पटल पर भारत का सम्मान बढ़ाना है। जनगण मन समृद्ध बने अभियान चलाना है, जनगण मन समृद्ध बने अभियान चलाना है। विश्व पटल पर भारत का सम्मान बढ़ाना है, विश्व पटल पर भारत का सम्मान बढ़ाना है। जनगण मन समृद्ध बने अभियान चलाना है, जनगण मन समृद्ध बने अभियान चलाना है। जो ना अब तक जुड़ पाए हम उन्हें बना, जो ना अब तक जुड़ पाए हम अपना उन्हें बना ले, जो ना अब तक जुड़ पाए हम अपना उन्हें बना ले। सहकारिता से समृद्धि का मंत्र चलो अपना ले, सहकारिता से समृद्धि का मंत्र चलो अपना ले। एक से एक बने 11, एक से एक बने 11 बस हाथ मिलाना है, एक से एक बने 11 बस हाथ मिलाना है। जनगण मन समृद्ध बने अभियान चलाना है। तालियां बजाएं अगर सहकारिता दिवस आप बैठे तो, वैसे बजाएं जैसे नवनीत जी बजा रहे थे रिदम में। जनगण मन समृद्ध बने अभियान चलाना है, जनगण मन समृद्ध बने अभियान चलाना है। अंतिम छोर पे जो बैठा है उसके पास पहुंचना, अंतिम छोर पे जो बैठा है उसके पास पहुंचना। तब जाकर संभव होगा विकसित भारत का सपना, तब जाकर संभव होगा विकसित भारत का सपना। सोने की चिड़िया फिर से हमको कहलाना है, सोने की चिड़िया फिर से हमको कहलाना है। जनगण मन समृद्ध बने अभियान चलाना है, जनगण मन समृद्ध बने अभियान चलाना है। विश्व पटल पर भारत का सम्मान बढ़ाना है, विश्व पटल पर भारत का सम्मान बढ़ाना है। जनगण मन समृद्ध बने अभियान चलाना है। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। आपने 5 मिनट में मुझे उतनी तालियां दी थी जितनी मैं सोच कर आया था। तमाम काउंसिल मेंबर्स, पीछे वरुण जी बैठे हैं, नवनीत जी हैं, बहुत सारे लोग नीचे चले गए ताकि और भी व्यवस्थाएं संभाल ली। काउंसिल मेंबर जब भी विजिट करते हैं उन्हें इंस्टीट्यूट के और भी काम समाप्त करने रहते हैं, निपटाने रहते हैं। आई सैल्यूट टू इंस्टीट्यूट एंड ऑल मेंबर्स, चाहे रीजनल काउंसिल के हो चाहे सेंट्रल काउंसिल के मेंबर्स हो, अपने पर्सनल जिंदगी का समय काटकर इंस्टीट्यूट के लिए ऑनररी सेवा देना इतना भी आसान नहीं है जितना हमको घर बैठकर लगता है। तो तमाम काउंसिल मेंबर्स के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजनी चाहिए। यह भी सहकारिता का ही एक उदाहरण है। ये भी एक सहकारिता, एक कोऑपरेटिव कॉम्प्लेक्स चला रहे हैं। इस सहकारिता के नाम सैल्यूट, और मैं जहां भी कुछ भी कर पाऊंगा जरूर करूंगा। थैंक यू CMA, थैंक यू इंस्टीट्यूट। सर
आपने तो जीत लिया है।
क्रेडिट गोज टू नवनीत जी। ये कविता वास्तव में क्रेडिट जाती है नवनीत जी को। एक बार इनकी तालियां बजनी चाहिए। मुझे कैसे ही एक्सप्लेन करी तभी मैं लिख पाया। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
मेरे को
Thank you so much.
हम सब सिर्फ एक बार पढ़ाई ही करते रहते हैं, थोड़ा सा चेक करने के लिए, और मैंने सबको बड़ी बार सुना है। मेरे को ये था कि हमारे ही मेंबर है, इनको भी आगे
सर बस मुझे 5 मिनट मत किया करो।
Now I would like to invite on the stage Mr. Ganesh Gopal sir, who is currently working as lead entrepreneurship development at the International Cooperative Alliance at the Asia and Pacific ICMAI regional office in New Delhi, India. As a part of his role, Ganesh will handle subjects such as cooperative and entrepreneurship development, sustainability and agriculture, ICMAI, Japan, training course, platform cooperatives, youth cooperative, entrepreneurship, etc. Ganesh holds an undergraduate degree in economics from Madras Christian College, Chennai, India, and holds a master's degree in economics as well. He also has a diploma in human resource management (DHRM) with diverse experience working in the domains of tech and innovation, startup promotion, financial literacy, policy research, and management. He has co-founded 2 non-profit institutions in the past, working in the domains of policy research and technology and skills training, respectively. He serves on the board of directors of these 2 non-profit centers for development initiative CDI, Tinker of Technology Innovation Foundation, and also the National Institute of Personal Management, NIPM, Trivandrum, Chapter, India. So, now please welcome on the stage Mr. Ganesh Gopal sir.
Good morning, everyone. So I think our Hasya Kavi has given us such an entertaining session that the onus is now on me to somehow match up to his energy, but I think I have big shoes to fill. So before I start, I would just like to briefly introduce myself. My name is Ganesh Gopal, as my colleague just kindly introduced. I work as the lead for entrepreneurship development at the International Cooperative Alliance, Asia and Pacific office in New Delhi. So just a word or two about ICAP before I get moving on to the subject itself. So the ICA was established in the year 1895 as a global advocacy and representative body for the cooperative movement. It is headquartered in Brussels and is the apex organization for cooperatives worldwide, representing nearly 317 cooperative federations and organizations across 110 countries. The ICA represents 1 billion members and 3 million cooperatives across the world, with a global turnover of 2.1 trillion USD. So I think Navneet ji had mentioned in the morning, if cooperatives were a country, we would feature on the top largest sized economies in the world. And looking at the number of the cooperative movement itself in India, it is significant. We have around 30 crore people who are members of cooperatives. The whole population of Europe is only 72 crores. Asia and Pacific Regional Office was established as a regional education center in the year 1960 with the support of the Swedish cooperative movement. It was inaugurated by the then Prime Minister of India, and it is governed by a regional assembly comprising of all member organizations. It has currently 110 member organizations from nearly 30 countries, 29 countries to be specific. We work through a panel or a group of committees, 10 thematic committees, including credit and banking committee, which might be of interest to the institute, to ICMAI. So what do? We are a values-based, member-based organization that promotes cooperatives as leaders in economic, social, and environmental sustainability and championing work in empowerment, good governance, and innovation. These are our key partnerships. We work with members and organizations across the region. Here you can see the Indian representative also, the National Cooperative Union of India, which is based out of Agast Kranti Marg here in New Delhi. Like that, we have 17 members from across the country, IFCO, CRIPCO, IFFDC, the National Federation for Cooperative Banks, and several other thematic and sectoral national federations are our members, and including banking member also, the ESAF Cooperative Bank and Uralungal Labour Contract Cooperative Society. These are the notable new members that have joined from India in the last few years. So just jumping into the topic, introduction to the cooperatives in India. My subject here is to speak about the capital conundrum. How do we overcome the capital conundrum in the cooperative sector, and how do we look at entrepreneurship, new models in entrepreneurship to drive cooperatives within the country. So just to mention what the cooperative sector in India looks like. It's the third pillar of the Indian economy, so as to say, which plays a vital role in the Indian economy. It fosters community development and enables collective growth. So as you know, cooperatives are governed by the 7 cooperative principles, which ultimately are the guiding light or the litmus test to see if an organization is really, in sense, letter and spirit, a real cooperative. Indian cooperative movement, as I mentioned, is very large and diverse. It has been an integral part of state policy right from the colonial times, starting with the legislation, the Cooperative Societies Act 1907. After independence in 1947, it was the instrument of planned economic development, along with the public sector enterprises that were termed as the temples of modern India. Cooperatives were seen as the last mile to reach the rural and the farthest stretches of Indian villages, so that they may be developed, and also access to credit and finance is given to every last person in the queue. Cooperative movement in India is one of the biggest in the world. It's the strongest pillars for agriculture and allied sectors. We have around 850,000 cooperatives of all kinds, with a membership base of nearly 30 crore or 300 million people, covering 30% of our national population. The Ministry of Cooperation, as you know, was formed 3 years ago in July 2021, and now we are commemorating 3 years of formation since the new ministry was set up in India. Several challenges that are faced by cooperatives. There are, a few obstacles that are hindering cooperative success from the light of the capital conundrum that we're trying to address here. There's a limited access to capital. A dear colleague earlier in the inaugural session had mentioned that it is being considered for priority sector lending. There are other movements and developments for including cost accountants also as part of the audit and, audit records, as per the extension of new policy from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. I hope the recommendations come through, and the ICMAI fraternity is also able to contribute actively to the emerging cooperative movement in the country. And as you know, the ministry, the creation of the new ministry has given a renewed impetus to cooperatives in the country. And it's not to be seen in terms of a silo, because cooperatives exist in every walk of our life. We walk out, we go to a grocery store, that might be a cooperative. The milk that we drink might be a cooperative. There are transport cooperatives all around, the banking system. So cooperatives are diverse and affect a lot of factors in our life, and a lot of that we see as invisible. We don't see them at all. So looking at the specific issue of accessing finance, coming back to traditional finance, a lot of institutions are hesitant to lend to cooperatives, especially new cooperatives. Secondly, the perceived risks are higher, and the lack of tangible assets, especially when cooperative is in the initial stage. And the restrictions on expansion, innovation, and competition, that is more of a regulatory issue. As per the Schedule 7, we fall, the cooperatives, the matter of cooperatives, as per schedule, it falls in the state list in the Indian Constitution. And eventually we have around 29 laws that govern cooperatives in the country. 28 state laws and one multi-state cooperative society act. So the legal framework itself in this country is quite diverse and complex. So the accounting systems have often been a hindrance for cooperatives to participate. These are feedback that we have also received from our member organizations. The participation in tenders, sometimes divergence in some places because of the double entry bookkeeping and what is mandated by the state registrar of cooperative societies according to each state laws. All this kind of gets them into trouble when in terms of expanding their business. Ultimately, cooperatives are also a profit-making business entity. But unfortunately, in our country, it is seen as a vehicle for only social development. But beyond social development, it is essentially a business entity which has 7 cooperative principles in addition to the business to be taken care of or to be following. So eventually, cooperatives are a business, but which has concern for community and which keep people before profits. So another main issue that faces the cooperative ecosystem is the lack of youth participation. We all know that cooperatives in this country have been greatly politicized, and the political brass of the country, despite what color, what party, what state, they have all used cooperatives as a stepping stone to their political careers and political success. Fortunate or unfortunate, as long as people exist, as long as people come together, politics is going to be there, politics is going to exist. But within this, how can we reform the cooperative movement to better governance and to include the next generation? So if the current generation of old leaders, after them, who takes charge? We need a young, bright generation or a tier of leaders who can ultimately look at good governance. Most of you might have read about all the mismanagement and the cooperative scams that have happened in the recent past in India with respect to several cooperative banks. So all of that is because of lack of institutional quality. I would even refer or quote the American institutional economist Douglas North. So in developing countries or in the global south, there has been often this questionable remark about institutional quality in terms of institution. So cooperatives ultimately, if you look at it logically, should have more oversight, because it is not concentration of power. Rather, each person, each member, despite or regardless of how much money they put in, they have one member, one vote. Unlike in a company, you have the equal number of votes according to the number of shares you hold. So here it is one member, one vote, which implies one of the 7 cooperative principles, democratic economic participation. So here we need to bring in youth participation. The perception of cooperatives as outdated needs to change. Youth needs to be attracted to dynamic startup ecosystem. We're looking at cooperative startups. Aging leadership, lacking digital skills need to be upgraded. The need to rebrand cooperatives for young entrepreneurs is also something that we need to look at, driving youth entrepreneurship. And eventually, this all leads to an Atmanirbhar Bharat or a self-reliant India that we are aspiring to. Ultimately, we need newer models, newer cooperatives, newer cooperative startup enterprises, and youth to be owning these new kind of models. So I already mentioned about divergence in accounting systems that are a challenge, competitive disadvantages, limited financial resources, slower decision-making process, more democracy, more questions, more discussion. So I think the wheels or the cogs of bureaucracy run a little slower within cooperatives, which is understandable when you come to a startup which has a concentration of power and decision making, capital constraints and innovation limitations. Effects of politicization have been there, diverts from the core mission, leads to mismanagement, undermines trust and effectiveness, alienates youth from the cooperative movement. So these are all the challenges. Now let's paint a little bit of a brighter, picture about what good things have been happening in the international scenario with respect to new cooperatives. So youth-led cooperative innovations, quite a few have been happening in the recent times in the cooperative movement. How does the ICA define youth? Under the age of 35 years is how the ICA defines youth. Cooperative sustainability is something that focuses on a collaborative, supportive approach that focuses on both social and environmental responsibility and looking at long-term viability. So ultimately, cooperatives have seen the test of time. Cooperatives have been able to sustain challenges and be resilient. The financial crisis in 2007, the COVID pandemic, all of these have seen many startups, many enterprises, many MSMEs fail. Why? Because they are not able to be profitable. I'm not saying cooperatives have some magic or jugaad that makes them profitable, but at the same time, cooperatives don't focus only on profit. So somehow their priority is to stay afloat. Their priority is to serve the community or their members. So their core value is resilience, and rooted in this resilience, they are somehow able to survive as enterprises. That's how we have got cooperatives in this country that have probably hundreds and probably 150 years old. Several of them. Youth cooperatives we've defined. So there are quite a lot of youth-related initiatives that we undertake: Go Green campaign, E-Cop webinar series, regular meetings, and joint workshops and capacity building for youth to be included. So I'll just brush through most of these slides. Another example of how we are looking at including the next generation in this line of work, cooperative movement, is cooperative hackathons and young entrepreneurship events like that. The first ever cooperative hackathon was organized by the ICAP in 2018 in Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode, IIM Kozhikode, and we are also envisaging in the coming year as well, one in the same venue. So we were looking at young people coming together using. It varies. This happened in December in 2020. In 2018 it happened. This year, by the end of October, we are having one more pitch competition in IIM Kozhikode. So I think the last physical one happened in NCUI in 2021. So few of the programs that have been promoting cooperative entrepreneurship: the GCE Global Cooperative Entrepreneurs Program, Youth Replication, Coopathon series, and the COP pitch competition, which is normally done as part of the Asia Pacific Cooperative Youth Summit. The GCE program is a network of ambassadors and mentors that was piloted in 3 countries, India, Indonesia, and Malaysia, where we were looking at how youth can be mobilized at the grassroots. We've had some good examples emerge out of this, including in organic farming. This is a series of programs that we organize. One is in Manchester, the other is in Kozhikode, and the third one is in Indonesia. So we've had diverse mentors from different sectors. So one of the examples that I've quoted in the bottom right is a fintech cooperative or a fintech enterprise created by a cooperative network as part of the program. The Youth Replication Project is a ICA global supported project that was looking at around 9 projects globally selected, which are replicable by youth in other parts of the world. So are you a youth-led movement, or are you a youth-led organization that can bring about a cooperative that can be replicated by other areas? So this is what the project was about. So I'm quickly running through because Navneet ji had requested me to not take much time as anticipated. So I'm trying to keep it within 20-25 minutes. The replication project, we had 2 winners, very interesting: Permata from Indonesia and the Red Roots Cooperative. Permata from Indonesia was looking at a waste bank cooperative. So ultimately you have like a passbook like system. Every week you give your waste to this cooperative. Some areas they were collecting it. So eventually by the end of the year, you can have a register of how much waste that can be recycled, and you get money back for whatever segregated waste that they can also recycle. So eventually it's a win-win. Red Roots Cooperative was a cooperative from Philippines that does event management work. So they created a whole portal end-to-end looking at various facets of managing an event, and has a digital platform to coordinate events. So yeah, just quickly running through that. And the beautiful other factor about the Permata Waste Management Cooperative was it was an initiative of people affected by leprosy in South Sulawesi region in Indonesia. And then they came up with the concept of waste banks. So solid waste management and urban waste is a problem that we all grapple with in most of the urban centers in the country. Co-pitch competitions I've already mentioned as part of the Asia Pacific Youth Summits. We've seen a lot of young people come up with very smart ideas. This is one example from India, the Himalayan Hemp Cooperative. So the stem of the hemp plant is used as alternative construction material, which is carbon negative, They even made N95 cannabis stem based masks at the time of COVID, and even sanitary pads as well. So that is the dub wattle model of sustainable housing that does not put pressure on the Himalayan foothills or any of the upper elevated areas. So again, sustainable housing is also something that can be done with this simple plant. So Himachal has also, I think, expanded the industrial policy to include hemp-based products that can be used for such end means. Coppathon series I already mentioned. In 2018, 19 and 2020 we've had 3. We had examples like a gaming cooperative based out of Indonesia, mushroom cultivation cooperative based out of India, and third also was a design cooperative based out of India. The youth summits we've had in the past, Indonesia, Philippines, third one was an online because of the COVID years, and last year later in Malaysia. So these are the few ways that we were looking at engaging with youth. Eventually we're coming back to what can the cooperative sector contribute to the country's economy and what next for India. So there are a lot of emerging domains where currently startups and other private enterprises are making a foray, and certain domains that are not traditionally picked up by cooperatives. So these are areas probably we can look at capitalizing the strengths that India has. One is overall value-added products in terms of sustainable agriculture. Second is food processing. Many of these industries or subdomains can be used in terms of clusters. So you can have cottage clusters, village clusters, or even semi-urban clusters where families and small cottage industries can come together, have a common brand, ensure quality, and even look at exports. So this is where cooperativism or collectivization can be looked at. Digital technologies and IT services. So this is a very important area where India has been contributing. I think our services sector contributes the maximum to India's GDP. But how many IT or services sector cooperatives have we heard about? We've heard about in the dairy sector, we've heard about in the agriculture sector. India has a huge, potentially untapped middle class and a youth population who have the human capital. So ultimately a lot of brain drain is also happening. So all of these issues, retaining the money in India, making sure Indian capital stays within the country or foreign capital comes into the country, all this is possible if we can mobilize the services sector, ideally through gig jobs and gig economy. So I'll come back to that point. Another thing is sustainable tourism. How can we make sure that the local area, the people in the local area benefit and get the equitable returns rather than big resorts or big properties that are built on beautiful scenic destinations of incredible India. So sustainable tourism is one area that we can look at. Other sunrise sectors like AI, models like DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, are often discussed today. But I think much before, hundreds of years before DAOs, I think cooperatives have espoused the same values that they now tout in terms of a digital scenario. Similarly, blockchain, DAOs, all of these things can be integrated within a digital cooperative model. Electronic ESDM system, cottage industry in Japan for minor electronics production was done through a cottage cluster network. We can even look at this in India. Biotechnology, electric vehicles, reverse grid connectivity in terms of renewable energy. If 10, 20 houses in a a residence association can reverse connect their solar panels in each house, eventually you're giving power supply back to your local grid or even to your state grid. So all of these are potential areas that can be collectivized in the future. These are all areas eventually I also see that ICMAI can advise cooperatives once you start associating closely with the cooperative movement. I think earlier one of our colleagues had mentioned in every cooperative we should have a member of the institute on the board. So I think advising them on the right places to diversify, right places to invest, and the right places to create value. So one of the basic problems that cooperatives have had is to look about or they've been traditionally looked at as conduits or structures that are a defense mechanism for the marginalized. So when initially when 1800s, when cooperatives were established by the Rochdale pioneers, that is indeed what they were. The Industrial Revolution, there was a lot of disparity. Workers came together for purchasing things commonly and having a decent price that they are able to afford. So the working class back in England, that's how it started off. But today we are in 2024. We are at the cusp of the fifth industrial revolution, or what they call it in terms of connected, interconnected world, knowledge economy, devices, the booming internet penetration across the world. So eventually at the fifth industrial revolution, cooperatives need to also look at transforming themselves from just being a defense mechanism structure to something like a harbinger of value creation that is sustainable for humanity, with concern for community and keeping people before profits. But ultimately we should understand profit is not a bad word, whether it be cooperatives or any kind of social profitable enterprise. Just that we need to look at environment and sustainability along with it. So I think we already mentioned a little bit about social solidarity economy. Our dear colleague Bharati ma'am from ILO had mentioned about it, so I'm not delving much into it. Anyway, this common grouping of multiple actors from the solidarity economy or the social sector. So this has been a matter of a great priority for the UN bodies and international fora, and many of the countries are also looking at picking up SSE as a grouping and looking at policies for promoting the SSE ecosystem, including Korea being the top example of that. In fact, the ILO has a new department. The ILO cooperative unit has been renamed as the ILO Cooperatives and SSE ecosystem. So I think cooperatives, a problem with cooperatives that has been often criticized is also cooperatives work in silos, which is very concerning, and which is one of the reasons why we encourage organizations like the ICMAI to collaborate at the national level at every stage with cooperatives, so that fruitful collaborations and talking outside this ecosystem of beyond the cooperative movement also happens. So one of the major reforms that that the SSE recommendations have also said is SSE actors must collaborate amongst themselves, whether it be a social based startup which is registered as a company or an LLP or a Section 8, it doesn't matter, as long as there is social, they are an SSE actor, whether it's a trust, foundation or a cooperative. So I think a lot of synergies need to happen there. They contribute a lot to SDG goals, but unfortunately the reporting in terms of how much contribution cooperative does to SDGs, including the voluntary national reviews, and the reporting that happens in terms of climate action, it's not really done in many of the states of the country. So India, through the Niti Aayog, is looking at a SDG index and is already developed. I hope in the coming days cooperatives also can have a measuring mechanism. In the other countries, one of our learned colleagues spoke about ESG in the morning. So ESG, essentially cooperatives have been doing ESG related activities for hundreds of years, just that we are not calling it ESG. So in private sector it's called triple bottom line, and the new and emerging companies in Europe and America call it ESG, and it's built into their AACSB or the curriculum or their accounting standards. But eventually we are looking at India, where ESG is still an emerging area. So this is again an area that the CMA fraternity can help cooperative movement in the future to see how much of all of these ESG factors are covered in their operations. Realizing the 2030 SDG agenda. And ultimately, we have an inherent strength that we have. We have a philosophy of equitable growth and welfare, which is established eventually following the British Indian pattern of cooperation. This is a colonial legacy of the law, the cooperative law that we have in our country. And eventually, they can move from their earlier structure and legacies to business entities that combine local economic development and sustainability through their principle of concern for community. We can eventually look at newer aggregation models for production and as a community force for rapid response as well. Climate resilience is another area that cooperatives across domains can focus on. The importance of relatable examples also need to be highlighted, because worker cooperative models from Europe like Mondragon and the cluster model like I mentioned from Emilia Romagna in Italy It has a group of 90,000 manufacturing enterprises in that locality that, that have 4 million people involved with it. It's one of the most intensively entrepreneurial regions in the world. So all the entrepreneurial spirit that Indians have, we need to channelize through cooperatives, which are the next engine of growth. I think, again, a colleague had mentioned that the engines of growth are private sector, and mostly the World Bank and the IFC reports also say SMEs, small and medium enterprises, are engines of growth. But cooperatives are indeed the next engines of growth that India envisages in the next 1 or 2 decades. So cooperatives work in every sector. It touches every aspect of our life. The only need that we have to do is to encourage collectivization, shed our old mentality of cooperatives is an old man's game. It is a politicized game. Cooperatives are ultimately people coming together. It can be for any cause. It can be for any just business enterprise that we feel has potential. These are newer domains of cooperation, like I earlier mentioned. Apart from services and tourism, gig and knowledge economy and the platform economy are 2 more things that I'd like to highlight. Cooperatives can also be formed for looking at environmental conservation across the country. So benefits of collectivization. I was mentioning about how there are a lack of IT or software or common skilled collectives. So a person working as a freelance individual, he has the risk of a health emergency, a contingency, and eventually he is not able to deliver. Then what happens? He has a personal liability. So here you're de-risking the individual. If you have a group of people working together, there is division of labor. If I'm not able to give a piece of work in time this week, somebody else is able to step in for me. It promotes savings and financial literacy as a group. And it reduces the precarity of work, which is a big issue in gig economy and knowledge economy. The precarity of work, starting from our normal gig workers from Uber and Ola and Zomato, right until the, I think CMAs and CAs are also something that can be categorized as gig workers, because you are very senior consultants that work with multiple firms. So CAs also coming together to have a cooperative regionally or a cluster-based cooperative is something that can provide services to firms inside India, outside firms coming to India also. So eventually it's a way to organize unorganized labor. It can be used as a conduit for upskilling and reskilling, for provisioning social security. Our unorganized sectoral welfare boards, unfortunately, it is existing in every state of our country under the labor departments, but their efficacy have often been questionable. So, at that point, I think working with these welfare boards, again, rejuvenating them, taking their support, and then forming worker collectives or worker cooperatives in specific domains, that can actually solve the problem of social welfare and rights, ensuring what the ILO also mentions as the decent work environment. They can improve productivity, more accountability, transparency, and easier for companies to eventually interact and ameliorate concerns of gig workers. Because right now we've seen so many uprisings across at least the global south in terms of gig workers, revolting against the big tech or the big corporates like Uber and Ola and such. So the issue of heterogeneity also can be addressed through specific collectives within domains, such as one accountant, one software guy, one administration guy, all coming together and forming a single collective. Specific contributions, shared services, labor cooperative model. One of the good examples we have is Uralungal Labor Contract Cooperative Society, which is celebrating their 100 years today. It's one of the largest construction conglomerate cooperatives that we have in the country. And the other is provision of formal employment contracts. I think earlier, one of the issues about the new labor code and fixed term contracts were discussed. So similar model has been tried out in Europe also, called Smart Cooperative. I'll just come to that. The role cooperatives can play through platforms. One is digitization. Second is collectivizing these workers and adding value to existing SME ecosystems through generating the cluster effect. So just introducing a new concept, or a concept that is emerging in the cooperative movement worldwide. So we all know about Uber, Ola, Swiggy and all of that devices and platforms that we use on a day-to-day basis. So these platforms, yeah, so these platforms eventually, if it is owned by a cooperative, for example, a group of taxi drivers coming together and owning a digital platform like Ola or Uber, and eventually that is called a platform cooperative. It can be in any sector. So it just needs to be a digital platform application or an e-commerce platform or a website, and it is collectively owned by the people who work there. So worker cooperatives going digital or onto a platform is called platform cooperatives. This is an emerging movement across the world. It's a cooperatively owned, democratically governed business that uses a protocol website or a mobile application. Kerala Food Platform through the piloted through the Palliyakal Service Cooperative Bank is one of the pilots that the Kerala government has tried out. So one of the examples I've been associated in the recent past with. So they've tried this out for safe food and they're in the process of expansion. So this is a good example of government and the cooperative bank working together to try out a end-to-end supply chain for safe food. So platform cooperatives, I'm just running through because the paucity of time. There are numerous examples from across the world. Up and Go is one of the good examples where domestic workers were mobilized in New York, and mostly migrant domestic workers in America. They owned the digital platform and they started getting better returns. And even this, days without holiday, Sunday, all of these issues were solved because they started working together. And most of these was digitized. The other point that I want to specifically mention about India is India has a huge potential in gig and platform economy. There was a report that came out from the Niti Aayog in 2022, which spoke about the numbers, the burgeoning numbers in the gig economy in India and the projections as well. But unfortunately, the report does not say much about the aspect of collectivization. But there is huge potential for collectivizing gig and platform economy. So somebody earlier was mentioning that CMA should also have branches to the rural areas. I'm saying that the national cooperative policy already has a great focus on the rural economy and the primary sector. So the untouched or the, I wouldn't say untouched or underrepresented aspect would be the urban services and the educated, human capital that we have. So that is something where CMAs can also advise, and you have a
Thank you, ma'am. I'm audible. So, the presentation Ganesh sir has given, it's very nice. Although we are sitting from since morning and सहकारिता पे बात हो रही है, तो उसको लेके कहीं ना कहीं आज जो हम लोग बैठे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि ये हम ऑडिट प्रैक्टिसिंग प्रोफेशनल्स को दिलाकर ही छोड़ेंगे। और ये सीडीबी बोर्ड ने साबित कर दिया है कि हम कंसिस्टेंटली इसके पीछे लगे हुए हैं। नॉट ओनली जैसे अभी पीछे इन्वेंट्री वैल्यूएशन को लेके आया है, कुछ मेंबर्स को मिला इम्पैनलमेंट और कुछ ने करना स्टार्ट कर दिया, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं अच्छी एक मूव है। इसमें मैं नाम तो क्या लेंगे कि चेयरमैन सर का और साथ ही साथ काउंसिल मेंबर्स का हमारे से जितना हो सकता है हम लोग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बिना मेंबर्स के जो जैसे आप लोगों ने इतना आज सपोर्ट किया, यहाँ आप प्रोग्राम में आए और बैठे, इस तरह से आगे प्रोग्राम करते रहेंगे, चैप्टर लेवल पे भी होंगे, रीजनल काउंसिल लेवल पे भी होंगे। तो प्रोग्राम्स के साथ साथ गवर्नमेंट जो हमारी बॉडी एनसीसीटी जो साथ में हमारे चल रही है, आज कंधे से कंधा मिला के, मोहन मिश्रा जी, मेरे को ध्यान है नवनीत सर के साथ हमने एक इनिशिएट फर्स्ट प्रोग्राम 9 दिसंबर को फरीदाबाद में किया था, जिसमें एनसीसीटी के सेक्रेटरी अपने मोहन
छत्तीसगढ़ में
और सुधीर शर्मा सर स्पीकर वाज देयर एंड वो भी काफी इस टॉपिक को लेके स्टार्ट हुआ था। और उसके बाद फिर मल्टीपल होते हैं स्टार्ट कर दिए, उत्तराखंड हो जाए, फिर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी। तो ज्यादा टाइम ना लेते हुए मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी एक अच्छा वेन्यू है काफी, और सुबह से हम वो सुनते हमने काफी लर्न स्पीकर्स को सुना है। तो ज्यादा ना कहते हुए मैं यही कहूंगा कि में जिम्मी मैम का काफी सपोर्ट इसको लेके रहा है और उनकी टीम का रहा है। साथ ही साथ हेड ऑफिस जो है टाइम टू टाइम इसको इनिशिएट करता रहे आगे और एक्टिविटीज चैप्टर लेवल पे भी करता रहे। तो इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर पेशेंट लर्निंग एंड फूड इज नाउ आई थिंक थैंक यू।
Those washrooms, plates, those
Last presentation from Mr. Sir.
Dr. S.K. Gupta sir is a postgraduate in commerce, being a gold medalist in FCS, FCMA, PhD in corporate governance, and he has experience of over 43 years in leadership positions with various public and private sector organizations in the domain of finance, valuation, costing, internal audit, sustainability, integrated reporting, and company secretarial functions. Currently, Dr. Gupta sir is the Managing Director of Registered Valuers Organization of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He is also Chief Executive Officer of ICMAI Social Auditors Organization and Chief Operating Officer of ICMAI International ADR Chamber. Dr. Gupta sir has chaired and addressed a large number of national and international seminars and conferences, industry associations. He is a prolific writer. He has written over 340 articles and research papers which are regularly published in various professional, national and international journals. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CMA Dr. S.K. Gupta sir.
यही से बात कर।
हाँ यही से
तो इस पे हाँ कैटलाइज यही फुल स्क्रीन फोटो ले लेना। फुल स्क्रीन आप
यस सर।
distinguished guests, which I will in any case share with you all, which you can just have a look at your leisure later on. You know, since morning we have been talking about cooperatives and focusing on the aspect of sustainability of the cooperatives. That means they are like any other business enterprise. They are dealt with 7 principles of cooperation, that's fine, but nonetheless, they have to maintain their sustainability. They have to focus on profitability. That's the focus which I'm going to share with you in this brief presentation. I'll skip out quite a few of the slides in between. With a view to focusing on sustainability, cooperatives have to understand what is the current emerging business and economic environment. In today's business and economic environment, which is highly vulnerable, very, very uncertain, hugely complex, very ambiguous, coupled with fear of uncertainty, which always keeps lurking at the back of our mind, you never know what might happen very soon in near future. Globalization, technological changes happening across the world, and moreover, the customer perceptions and the customer expectations are dramatically changing all across the world, which are also impacting the cooperative organizations. Of course, many speakers talked about ESG and the climate impact and the corporate social responsibility, which is also becoming the center point of decision making in various public and private sector enterprises. We all celebrated Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of India's political independence. And we are now looking at next 25 years at the Amrit Kal, culminating with 100 years of India's political independence in 2047. What kind of a nation that we are envisaging when we reach 2047 or 2050? We are looking at becoming third largest economy of the world. But more importantly, we are looking for inclusive growth, equitable growth, and also sustainable growth for various organizations across the country. This being the mission that the country has as a whole, and cooperatives are part of this whole overall ecosystem of the country that is India, we need to check out what is the focus that cooperatives need to make and keep in mind while building up their strategies, while building up their business models, and while building up their overall architecture of performance. You need to ensure, the cooperatives need to ensure that to meet stakeholders' expectations. And for you, the stakeholders are not only your members, as many speakers have pointed out, you contribute to the benefit of the members, but at the same time, you extend these benefits to overall larger community of people across the country, across the world. You got to build up ability to be able to create value, ability to preserve that value, and ability to enhance that value going forward on a sustainable basis. Value creation is the mantra for success for all corporates in the 21st century, including the cooperatives. You have to ensure that your organization is sustainable. And for that, you got to have resilient business models. Shocks may come and go. Things will change. Uncertainty will continue in the marketplace. But you must have a business model which is resilient enough to see you through all those kinds of rough times that may come in the journey of your organization. You have to build a competitive edge, not only within India. Because of globalization, you are now competing with best in the world, and that's where you got to make sure that you are competitive enough with a view to remaining relevant, with a view to remaining sustainable, and with a view to remaining as per the expectation of your stakeholders. Trust is important, transparency is important, and you have to create a balance between economic performance and social responsibility. And you have to also learn and build up models, build up profile of the various risks that are impacting the organization's functioning, and also work out strategies to deal with those kind of risks in the most effective manner. So you need to transform. Cooperatives have been in operation for quite a few number of years now. Because the world is changing, because the business and economic environment is changing, the cooperative organizations also need to transform. Few of the tips for transformation of cooperative sector. You need to have more clarity with regard to your vision, goals and objectives. What organization you want to build, what kind of organization, what objectives, what is your mission going forward, that needs to be very, very clearly articulated and implemented right across the organization. You have to create innovative, sustainable, resilient business models, and you have to prioritize customer experience. Structure of competition in the marketplace today, it revolves around the customers. Customer is the start and the end point of any business. You have to make sure that you are able to garner new customers to your organization, at the same time continue to maintain long-term relationship with your existing customers by meeting and fulfilling their aspirations, their demands, and try to work out a business model which focuses on not only customer satisfaction but rather customer delight. Focus on employee well-being and development. Your employees need to be trained from time to time. Capacity building is very, very vital. Where people have to learn new skills, they will have to unlearn these skills a few years later, and then they will probably have to relearn all these skills all over again as the change happens in the marketplace. So skilling and reskilling is very, very vital for all enterprises in today's business world, including the organizations. Tech integration and tech migration. I know there is scarcity of capital in many of the smaller cooperatives, and thus they are not able to leverage or take advantage of the technology, but wherever possible and in whatever way possible, they should try to leverage and integrate technology for improving efficiency of their organizations. Supply chain resilience. COVID impact taught us a very, very important big lesson for the businesses, that if there is supply chain disruption happening anywhere, as part of your supply chain, as part of your whole process, entire system breaks down. And thus cooperatives also have to learn to build up, foster cooperation amongst your supply chain partners, and ensure that your supply chain remains resilient in spite of changes taking place in the business and economic environment. Cost optimization is very, very critical. And that's where CMAs can provide a supporting hand and a facilitative cooperation with the cooperatives with a view to energizing the cost optimization efforts and the cost optimization initiatives of the cooperatives. We have to reach, deliver positive and simplified client experiences. Embrace the principles of circular economy, or the ESG that we've been talking about in many of the statements and speeches since morning. We got to build strategic partnerships. One idea that we all have been talking about in different seminars, conferences is cooperation amongst cooperatives. Cooperative themselves, they foster the whole principle of cooperation, but cooperation amongst the cooperatives could be a way forward in order to focus on building strategic partnerships. Use the power of omni-channel marketing. The distinction between online and offline is blurring very, very fast. People want seamless experience, and that can be provided by omni-channel. You got to leverage data for informed decision making, optimize your costs at all costs. You also need to develop management information systems for ensuring continuous monitoring of the operations of your corporates. Reduce energy consumption wherever possible by leveraging latest technologies which are available. And you got to also avoid the 7 Ws of waste management that we normally talk about in the CMA profiling. So we all want to increase the profit and sustainability of the organization. This is the last slide that I'm going to share. So I need to understand the importance of profit margin drivers. Every cooperative needs to do a homework and do a desk analysis kind of thing. What are the key drivers that will provide the basic impetus for improving the profit margin and building a sustainable organization? And that's what needs to be focused on. Of course, pricing will play a very important role. The cost plus pricing models are no longer relevant in the marketplace. Today, the price is determined by what the customer is willing to pay for your product or service, and therefore the pricing has become dynamic. It is no longer cost plus pricing, it has become much more dynamic. You got to ensure that you are able to control your expenses to boost up your profit margin. But mind you, cost control is what I'm talking about, not cost reduction. Cost reduction may not be the optimum suggested strategy, but cost control as well as cost optimization would definitely provide a lot of good benefits to the cooperative if they focus on the aspect of managing their expenses for boosting profit. Profit mix can play a very, very important role in improving your profit margins and sustainability. Look at what is the portfolio or bouquet of profits, bouquet of products and services that your company is offering. By altering that product mix, you can improve upon your overall performance in terms of profits, in terms of profitability, as well as sustainability. You also got to look at market segments. Some of the market segments could be more profitable from your perspective. Some of the market segments may not be as much profitable. You got to segregate the market segments and thus work out relevant focused strategy for each business segment so as to be able to realize the best of the possible results from each population group or market segment. You got to look at streamlining your processes. It's very important. End result is important, but you can ensure that end result will be good, will be as per your expectations only when you are able to streamline your input. That is the basic processes that go in the operations of the cooperative at different levels. And you got to utilize key financial metrics as well as non-financial metrics to be able to monitor profit margin drivers with a view to ensuring sustainability of your organization. We CMAs possess expertise in the areas of performance management, activity-based costing, target costing, Kaizen costing, marginal costing, standard costing, and we have lots of tools up our sleeves by which we can facilitate improvement in the operational efficiency of the cooperative, and we extend our helping hand to all the cooperative members present here. Anytime you need any kind of help with regard to improving efficiency of the cooperative, we at the individual level as well as the institutional level as well as at the level of CDB, duly, very importantly, very rightly so led by Shri Navneet sir as of today, we are always going to be there with all the cooperative organizations to be able to help them improve their efficiency and build up a sustainable business. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for being very short, sir. Thanks a lot. So, now we have come to the conclusion, but before I conclude, there is Pragya, all Pragya, Giri ma'am, just take Pragya. So I take hardly 2 to 3 minutes because let us first of all honor the persons who have put in their hard labor for organizing this program. They were working day and night. Let me tell you frankly, these two girls, one is our qualified member and one is just doing the CMA, and they have managed our show. You have seen that. So because we always believe, let us try to, you can say, encourage our youngsters to come on the board. Manish is here, Raviji is here, working day and night. They were working day and night. Manish is always there with me, doing all the activities with regard to the Cooperative Development Board. He is a special committee on the Cooperative Development Board and has worked along with me. Jivanji is not here right now. Manish, let us call Pragya and Nancy and Kimi ma'am. And this staff, Anish ji, Sandeep, Ravi ji, and Raman ji, they were working very hard. Yesterday night, even early in the morning, today they were here managing all the things. So come Pragya and Nancy for hosting the show. Wonderful. Big round of applause to both of you. Please come forward. Ma'am, I'll request my speakers to please encourage, because these are the young ones. We must encourage the young ones. Firstly, Pragya, you come over. Manish, come. हाना जी, आप तो हमारे सीनियर हो, आप नहीं बच्चों को करोगे तो कौन करेगा? बच्चे सर प्लीज, राकेश सर आ जाइए. सर प्लीज कम सर, कम ना. You also sir.
पूरे प्रोग्राम के पीछे ये सब